Bien, bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello everyone. It's with great pleasure that we welcome you in the Henri Poincaré space at the École des Mines School in Paris for the second edition of the TTI.5 Forum. And this year, the theme sheds a light on the African perspectives on transition. My name is Sébastien Joannes. I'm with Oriane Séninger. And together, we are both teachers and researchers in materials at the École des Mines, and we will support you throughout the forum. We are surrounded with a great team working backstage for us today, but you may have met them, and you will, throughout the day. We want to thank them for organizing this forum, as well as all the PhDs who will help us throughout the day. So this year, we are going to innovate for the Q&A session with a tool called WooClap. You might know it. A QR code appears on the screen. It's also available at the door of the room, and you can connect to the stool in order to ask your questions. Then we will group the questions together and get your questions in order to ask them to all the speakers. For those who need Wi-Fi, we have Wi-Fi codes available on the table at the entrance. You just have to raise your hand and we will give you the codes if you need them.
Alors le programme de la journée va s'articuler en
Today's agenda will have three steps. First, mitigation of climate change. Second, adaptation to climate change. And the third, negotiations and fundings. And I'm now going to give the floor to Nadia Maezi, director of the TTI.5 Institute and co-author of the 5th report from the IPCC. She will open the day. Thank you.
Merci Sébastien, merci Oriane.
Thank you, Sébastien. Thank you, Oriane.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone.
Je suis vraiment ravie de
I'm really happy to introduce the second forum.
d'avoir pu rassembler dans ce programme
I'm delighted
des intervenants prestigieux qui pour
to have those prestigious speakers. For many, they're coming from very far, specifically from Africa, and they are going to give us an outlook that is quite different, I believe, from what we usually know, see, or understand from the climate issues in the African continent. This morning, I will give an introduction where I will try and motivate you on the lessons we can learn and the inspiration we can draw from the situation in Africa around climate issues. Then we'll have a session dedicated to mitigation with speakers from South Africa, Algeria, a speaker who couldn't come, unfortunately, from Oxfam. They didn't get their visa, to be fully honest, unfortunately. And we will also have a speaker from Burkina Faso. And then we will conclude the session with a short film up until the meal, the lunch. We also have a colleague from the 6th report of the IPCC. She's now vice president of Group 1 for the 7th report. She will make a first presentation, then we'll take stock on specific techniques dedicated to mitigation with a speaker from Burkina Faso, and also the challenges around critical materials. presented by a researcher who also comes from Burkina Faso. Then we will have a session on funding and negotiations.
Ça sera abordé un peu dans les deux exposés que
This will be part of the two presentations we'll get. First, a presentation from the OECD, who will speak about a program around the climate and people for the planet. I don't really remember the acronym, I'm sorry. And finally, we'll have a roundtable on negotiation-related issues with a presentation from our colleague from the IPCC and a researcher who takes part in the COPs with us. In order to conclude the day, we will have a discussion on two research programs dedicated to Africa. This will be part of a second roundtable, and the agenda is so packed that we decided to use WooClap for exchanges, but we also have breaks, and you will get a chance to extend those discussions. So my presentation now, I'm going to use this microphone. African perspectives. I wanted to start by giving you a cold picture of Africa as perceived by the IPCC. I was part of the third working group on mitigation, and I'm going to give you a few figures to present the continent. Africa, and this might not be said enough, with regards to greenhouse gases, out of the global total in 2019, that's 9% of global greenhouse gases. There is an increase that is much more moderate than in other regions. In this graph, the share of legislation around climate in the different regions. For Africa, you can see the dark blue part that is emerging, but in the end, this is just the beginning. There are also discussions happening on Africa in terms of historical responsibility. This is why it's interesting to look at the cumulated budget of emissions, this graph right here, at the bottom of the screen.
On voit que le budget cumulé pour l'Afrique.
Here you can see the accumulated budget for Africa broken down per CO2 emissions from fossil fuels and from land use. The cumulated budget is 7%. And if you look at the graph on the right corner, you can see that the greenhouse gases emissions per capita is way below developed countries. In the IPCC report, there are some generic results and also per chapter. And I thought it would be interesting to extract the details of the carbon footprint per capita. The red squares give an average per country, and this is ranked per GDP growth. In this graph, we see quite a weak footprint in comparison with the global ranking. You can see that the African countries are at the bottom, and there's a big difference with the most developed countries on the top of the graph, which relates to a result from a decision maker's report assessing that
finalement contribuent
10% of the global wealthiest contribute to about half of the greenhouse gases emissions on the planet. And in African countries, there are rich people as well, and we can see this with the different points that I showed you earlier. So where do those greenhouse gases emissions come from in Africa? Well, for most of them, the largest part comes from what we call land use and soil usage-related emissions. For those specific emissions, the weight of Africa is 20%, so that's quite significant, and this comes specifically from usage of the forest. Last week, there was a big meeting in Paris to discuss the possibility of changing the resources used for cooking, which uses a lot of coal. There's also usage for agriculture, also methane emissions due to cattle breeding, and you can find the disaggregated data in the graph. Finally, final graph, to present the context, is about emission reduction potentials and related elements. For this graph, in Africa, when it comes to soil usage, there are many technological solutions. This is the first bar here. In order to take care of those emissions, and the two first ones are interesting because for E and M, this has been done through models or economical analysis. These are the solutions that are under $100 in order to clear a ton of CO2 equivalent. When it comes to decarbonization, because let me remind you that Group 3 takes care of greenhouse gases emissions reductions, there is also something emerging. The urbanization rate is increasing, which might worsen the issues around land use, soil use. The IPCC also assesses the fundings required to implement those potential solutions, and this afternoon we'll come back to this issue. But this represents several billion dollars with different funds with a high confidence. We know we need to accelerate international fundings, and that those flows must be extended in order to try and stop this growth of greenhouse gases emissions. So, as I said, this is a cold presentation, quantified one with figures that doesn't tell us much about what's behind this reality. And today, what we want to do is have a reflection on what could happen in terms of transition in the continent. And as we like to say it in our institute, we need the transition to be holistic and systemic so that issues are not transferred from one another. And there's a lot of things behind transition, but we are drawing inspiration from works from a historian, Geneviève Massa-Guibault, a very interesting work, as she collected all the historical analysis on what transition means.
qui existent autour de
and
cet enjeu de la
all the
transition. Et la
controversies
première chose
around
qu'elle va
transitions.
souligner, c'est le fait que quand on réfléchit à
And
la
she
transition,
started by saying
on ne fait
that
que
when
regarder
you think
finalement
about a transition,
l'histoire de la grande transition qui s'est
we only
produite
look
en
at
Occident.
the great
Et donc là,
transition
je
that
pense que
happened
dans
in
le
the
sujet qui
West.
nous intéresse, on détecte un premier biais. Et
So that's the first
les
bias.
analyses liées à ce retour historique vont conduire à des discussions autour de
And this analysis
finalement ce statut de la nouvelle
leads
économie
to
minérale qui est
discussions
apparu au
on
moment
the
de
status
la
of the new
révolution industrielle.
mineral economy that
Certains,
appeared during the
vont
Industrial
considérer
Revolution.
qu'il était incontournable parce qu'il
Some
fallait sortir de la pauvreté,
think it was
tandis que
necessary
d'autres
to
disent
get
ça
out
dans
of
la lignée de
poverty.
Wrigley, tandis que d'autres,
This
comme
is more of a
Mann,
Wrigley.
vont plutôt soutenir le point
Others,
de vue
like
que
Man,
c'était
Mom,
finalement le mal
consider
nécessaire
that
pour
it was
soutenir une économie
necessary to support the
Au-delà de ça,
capitalist
vous avez d'autres
economy.
historiens qui vont avoir un débat sur la
Other
transition,
historians also debate
sur,
the
sa
transition
nature propre et
on
sur
the
le fait
nature
qu'elle
of the transition
ou pas, en
and
particulier,
whether it
Jean-Baptiste
existed
Fressos,
or not. Most
soutient
specifically,
l'idée
Jean-Baptiste
que
Fressos, who
jusqu'à aujourd'hui, nous n'avons
considers
jamais eu de transition
that up until
en
now
termes
there
d'énergie,
never has been a transition,
mais plutôt des
more specifically an
additions de
energy
nouveaux vecteurs
transition, but
énergétiques
rather
qui font
a
que
sum
les
of
substitutions
new
qu'on attend pour réduire la
energy
consommation
channels.
ne sont toujours pas avérées. Alors, Geneviève Massard-Guilbault
Geneviève Massard-Guilbault
souligne le fait que dans toutes ces analyses,
also highlighted
finalement, ces situations
that
sont présentées sans jamais nous dire
in
comment
the
elles se sont
analysis,
installées,
the situation is never presented in the way
sans
it
jamais dire à quoi elles sont
appeared
dues. Donc, on a
or
cette
without an
discussion
explanation
sur
of
les causes,
what it
les
is due to.
modalités
So it's
et
difficult to
finalement,
talk about
la
causes,
motivation des acteurs
modalities,
qui vont souhaiter.
and the
Et elle souligne
stakeholders.
également quelque chose qui ne peut que faire écho à nos débats d'aujourd'hui, c'est le fait que
She also
il aurait
said
été important, et il est important, d'apporter des
that it is
éclairages
necessary
sur
to have
d'autres
more
transitions,
explanation
d'autres
on
régions,
other
pour avoir
transitions in
une meilleure
other
compréhension,
regions
de
in
ce
order to
processus
better
complexe que nous
understand
cherchons
this
à
complex process that we're trying to
Alors,
explain.
je vais maintenant parcourir et vous donner quelques exemples, en fait,
I'm now going to give you a few
de ce
examples
finalement qu'on pourrait faire en
of
termes d'analyse
what could be
de
done
ces autres
in order to
transitions dans
analyze
d'autres
those
régions,
other
en revenant
transitions
sur
in
un peu
other
l'historique
regions
de la
by
révolution
presenting the
industrielle
history of the Industrial Revolution,
des pays
but
finalement qui
not
généraient, mais
from the
plutôt par
perspective of the
certains pays
countries
qui,
who
en ont
created
subi
it,
les conséquences.
but rather from the
Avec
countries
cette
who
histoire,
suffered the
du
consequences.
déploiement du charbon et de son exploitation quand il a été exploité si
More specifically with
intensément
the
par l'Angleterre. Et donc,
use
on a
of
coutume de
coal
penser
by
que,
England.
cette révolution industrielle, elle s'est faite grâce à ce développement
We tend to
de
think that the
nouvelles
Industrial
organisations
Revolution
mécaniques
was due
et
to
que, la
new
périphérie, c'est-à-dire
mechanical
les pays
engines,
qui possédaient des
and that the
ressources,
surrounding
étaient,
countries who owned
supposés,
resources
alimenter
were supposed to
finalement,
fuel
ces pays producteurs de
those
charbon
countries who
avec
produce coal
leurs ressources primaires.
with their
En
primary
fait,
resources.
quand on regarde un peu plus en détail, on
But
voit
when you
que,
look at the
il y
details,
a eu une politique volontariste d'expansion
you can see that there was a strong policy to extend coal production and coal exports. And when you look at the Mediterranean region and the Ottoman Empire, there was a conjunction of factors where the original fuel was animals. They were decimated due to disease and wars, and coal became particularly useful in order to be used as ballistics in the ships sent by the UK to travel to those countries.
qu'ils ont utilisé et dont ils sont devenus captifs en quelque sorte avec
So this was used with ballast purposes by the ships, and this was a conjunction of those factors, the need to import. I won't give details about other factors, but Turkey, for example, needed substitutes such as olive pulp or cotton seeds. I see that I have 5 minutes left, but I'm going to ask for an additional 10 minutes.
Donc, l'autre exemple sur lequel je voulais revenir rapidement, en termes
Second example.
c'est le cas donc, du Cameroun avec le déploiement de l'hydroélectricité versus
The rollout of hydroelectricity vs thermal energy. And this is quite interesting because when you look at developed countries, the rationale is completely different from this specific case. In this case, the colonizers, original colonizers, were Germans. Then there was a French and English mandate, and they needed a different type of energy.
S'imposer quelque part par rapport aux enjeux qu'on connaît aujourd'hui. Elle a été plutôt déployée dans les campagnes.
This started in the countryside, when the thermal usage was here to support production centers around the cities, and the electric grid started developing from those cities, which led to a struggle because due to maintenance issues, hydroelectricity was no longer sufficient, and they moved to productions based on diesel generators. And there was a switch from 2 to 26% of electrical production through thermal usage. This picture is a recent inauguration of a dam with the launch of a first turbine, but there are still great potentials of hydroelectricity because at the moment it's only at 3% of its potential. And from energy, I'd like to switch to the issue of the environment.
La perception environnementale de l'Afrique n'a pas été non plus neutre.
The environmental perception of Africa was not neutral in the organization of the system, and I'm going to use the example from a very remarkable book about Mrs. Davis' work on the environmental myths of the French colonization in the Maghreb region. In this book, she explained and documented the collective imagination and the popularity of a vision according to which the invasion of the Arabs, when those regions had a very dense forest, well, this invasion led to desertification and deforestation. In the book, she shows that the forest described by the colonizers never existed, and it was not due to fires or over or extreme cattle breeding that emptied the landscape, but that actions were implemented with the use of funds from the World Bank in order to reduce the number of cattle from 10 million to 3 million, and in order to question a lifestyle of the nomadic people in order to control those populations. They went from 60% of the population to 5% in 1955, with the creation of a green dam, which was not efficient at all, but that met this urgency due to the desert increase.
Donc en fait, dans ces petits exemples, c'est pour moi l'occasion de dire que pour la compréhension,
Through these examples, I'm trying to say that in order to understand the region, you need a context-related analysis.
Tout un mouvement et tout un courant de pensée qui remet de plus en plus
And this shows a current trend to question current modern societies and their development models, and offering a return to what we call the unappropriable model.
Expériences africaines.
We can learn a lot from the African experience, and this concept of inappropriable was born in regions where the populations go through struggles in arid regions, for example, southern Sahara. There's an interest to access this knowledge, but the difficulty is that it's not easy to access with science that relates to our Western approach. And the documents are hard to find. It's an oral tradition that may have disappeared, unfortunately. I will briefly conclude now by talking about the type of inspiration we could draw from many examples. I personally know the Maghreb region better, so I decided to focus on this region. You probably know those very sophisticated irrigation systems. These are hydro networks based on plateaus, reaching a calm with a very interesting design, simply because it's a way to disperse the water on a needs-based approach. This water management system really refers to the discussions we've had in France over the past 2 summers after extreme tensions on water resources. When we started considering what's useful and what's not, regardless of an economical perspective. Here are 2 other examples. I wanted to talk about repair cafes in Maghreb and in Africa in general. There's a lot of stores like the one you can see in the picture from Sétif in Algeria. It's a household appliance store where everything is reused. And I really believe this is a lesson for us on the issue of repairability and sustainability. This is a very serious store. It's not just a side store, and they can be found everywhere. And it's part of the culture. Using and repairing. Here's another example that struck me in Morocco. That is the installation of combined biomass, local biomass, and solar energy to fuel the hammams. As a conclusion, I would like to read an extract from François-Xavier Fauvel, a historian who gave a lot of lectures at the Collège de France in this book called Thinking the African History. He says, all the great innovations, including writing, have taken place in Africa. But it's interesting to note that none of these innovations wiped the slate clean, unlike in Eurasia. As in the case of Neolithicization, which left no hunter-gatherer societies. In Africa, on the contrary, technical and economic innovations have coexisted. Farmers with hunter-gatherers, centralized states with nomadic herders. They have not homogenized societies, but rather made their interactions more complex. As a result, the history of Africa is rich not only for what it teaches us about African trajectories, but also because it enables us to reinterrogate the historical trajectory of European societies, which very often wrongly provides the evolutionary model from which to think about the trajectories of other societies in the world. I will let that sink in. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Nadia.
Thank you, Nadia.
Je me tourne vers Alice. Donc,
I now turn
on
to
n'a pas de
Alice.
questions sur
There
sur
are
le
no
clap. J'espère que le
questions
système
on clap. I hope that the
fonctionne
system works
correctement. Si
okay.
jamais vous rencontrez des difficultés, n'hésitez
If
pas à nous faire
if
signe.
you don't manage to make it work, do not hesitate
Tout à
to
fait. Merci pour ces rappels historiques
let us know.
et puis qui introduisent parfaitement la
Thank you for this historical reminder. That's a perfect introduction to
Jessie Burton,
our
qui
conference.
est
I would
chercheur
now like to
à
welcome
l'Université
Jessie
du Cap
Burton,
en Afrique du
which is a
Sud.
researcher
Jessie
at
Burton
the
a
Cape
dirigé
University
l'équipe
in
sud-africaine
South
du
Africa.
projet de recherche
She was at the head of the
Transitions. Et la
Coal
présentation
Transition
de Jessie
project,
Burton est en anglais.
and her presentation will be in English.
J'invite toutes les personnes qui souhaitent avoir
So
la traduction
I
simultanée
suggest
à
that all of the
allumer
people who would
leur
like to have
casque
interpreting
à
to
l'entrée
turn
de la
on
salle.
their headsets. There are
Si vous
headsets
souhaitez cette
toward the
traduction.
entrance of the room. Do not hesitate if you would like to have interpreting.
We are about to talk about perspectives on South Africa's coal transition, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I don't speak French very well, but I hope you'll enjoy the presentation nonetheless. My name is Jessie Burton. I work in a group called the Energy Systems Research Group at the University of Cape Town. My team is mostly actually energy modelers, but there are a few of us who work more on the intersection of the modeling and the policy. And my particular area of research over the last almost 10 years now has been how to manage the phase out of coal in a place like South Africa, which is heavily dependent on coal. So what are the challenges and opportunities that we face in our just transition in South Africa? That just gives you a sense of the kind of work we do. South Africa is a very energy, carbon, and capital-intensive economy. We have a very average human development index. When it's not inequality adjusted, it's perfectly average for the world. But we have the most unequal society in the world. We are the most unequal country. This manifests in very high levels of poverty and very high levels of joblessness. And when I say very high, I mean we have a 40% unemployment rate. If you are a young woman in South Africa, the unemployment rate is 70%. Many people will never work, have never worked in their lives. Coupled with this very complicated poverty and inequality, we also have a very, very high dependence on coal in our energy system. So not only do we produce 85% or 90% of our electricity from coal, but we also produce liquid fuels, petrol and diesel from coal. And we export a lot of coal. So a place like Mpumalanga, which is the coal region, the main coal region, is very, very heavily dependent on the coal sector. This just shows you, here is the, there's coal. And you can see it accounts for about 70% of South Africa's energy system. About 30% is exported, but it's very, very high value. Historically, it would come to Europe. Now it goes into Asia. But this is a big question. Do we continue to export? What do we do with our coal plants? Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, good. And that reliance on coal, which kind of developed over the last 50 years. Is it good? Sure. Okay. You can hear me though. Okay, good. So amongst the G20 countries, South Africa is actually the most coal-dependent country in the G20. I won't use this, but you can see there's South Africa. We are worse than all the non-OECD G20 countries. We are more dependent on coal than India and China. and obviously far more coal dependent than some of the European countries, who, although they have a very big reliance on coal in the power sector, is starting to transition. At the same time, South Africa has amazing renewable energy resources. I should have actually put a map of Europe there next to it, because I think if you look at France and Germany, it's mostly blue. There's very little red. There's a bit of red in Spain and Portugal. But we have absolutely exceptional solar resources and absolutely exceptional wind resources, to the extent that, in fact, and we are very lucky, we actually have evening peak wind. So the wind blows at night when our highest demand is. But there are big issues with having deployed enough renewable energy in the last few years, which I'll get to. This heavy reliance on coal means that our power sector is the major greenhouse gas emitter for the country. So energy is 80% of CO2 emissions, but electricity production is 45% of the country's emission. And that's almost entirely from our coal plants. We have about 40 gigawatts installed capacity. Synthetic fuels, that's coal to liquids, that's also coal-based. Our second biggest emitter is a company called Sasol. And there's a big question there around how to transition this sector that uses coal as an input, but then produces liquid fuels, chemicals, aviation fuel, a whole variety of products. And so there's a lot of attention now in South Africa on the potential for green hydrogen to decarbonize that part of it. But I'm going to focus on electricity production and the challenges we face there, because renewable energy is commercially available, it's cost effective, in fact it's the cheapest option in South Africa now, and yet we are not progressing very quickly for a variety of reasons. Where do we need to go? So NDC is a nationally determined contribution. For those who don't know the climate jargon, I apologize. It's the commitment that the country makes under the UNFCCC, the Global Agreements on Climate Change. And so our NDC range for 2030 is met very, very much. 90% of the emissions reductions that happen through building new wind and solar and some batteries, and through reducing our output from the coal fleet. So on the left-hand side, yeah, it's like a crazy hand. That just shows you for different levels of our NDC range, of our kind of emissions target for 2030, how much new generation capacity the country needs. Yellow is solar, blue is wind, orange is OCGT gas for flexibility. We have no flexible gas in our system, it's just coal really, and batteries is green. And depending how effectively we deploy energy efficiency and demand-side management will also impact how much new generation capacity we need. But in general, South Africa needs to build between 50 and 60 gigawatts of new wind and solar by 2030. Today, we have 10 gigawatts online. 6 gigawatts is utility scale, and about 4 or 5 gigawatts of rooftop, which households and businesses have been putting in place because of issues with supply. So we need to build the installed capacity of the country today, every year, until 2030, and in fact beyond. In parallel, today we produce about 200 terawatt hours from coal in the country, and we need to bring that down to about 100 terawatt hours by 2030. So we need to halve the output of our coal fleet. And we do that through closing some of our older plants, but we are having a big discussion in the country now because we have sometimes 12 hours per day of no electricity. We're having a big discussion about actually keeping the coal plants running for longer. But we need to both retire old coal plants and reduce the output of our fleet by half. This will have huge impacts upstream, especially on coal mining. And this matters a lot, and I'll get to this, because of this heavy reliance in a place like Mpumalanga. For 2050, looking into the future, we need to focus a lot, obviously, on the power sector. You know, we go from 2030, we're basically looking at phasing out coal almost entirely in the power sector by 2040, replacing that with wind and solar and a little bit of natural gas, some regional imports, and a little bit of hydro and pumped storage. South Africa does not have great hydro resources, a little bit of pumped hydro. And you can see that you install quite a lot of gas capacity, but we run it very little. And we keep some coal capacity on for when we have very bad winter Dunkelflaute. We have Dunkelflaute like in Germany. But essentially, we decarbonize our power sector by around 2040. And we also have a huge amount of effort to make in transport and industry. In transport, at the moment, most people use private passenger cars or public minibus taxis. And so electrifying transport, increasing rail. But in fact, South Africa has lost 90% of their rail passenger kilometers in the last 10 years. So we've been going backwards on transport. And with challenges with electricity supply, it's very hard to encourage uptake of electrification of vehicles. So the big question for us is not so much these technical issues, but how do you couple this with an economic transition that also delivers more jobs, less inequality, and less poverty? What we need to invest to 2050 is about $224 billion US. To 2030, just to 2030 is about $50 billion US, and that would get us only to the top of our climate commitments. To get to the ambitious part of our climate commitments costs more. And what we see is when you have to go faster in a country like South Africa, when you have to strand assets, strand coal plants, deploy capital very, very quickly, you start to get impacts on GDP. And this is a very difficult conversation to have in the context of 40% unemployment or 70% unemployment and very high levels of poverty. So there's a lot of attention on, can we have green hydrogen? Can we use green hydrogen-derived products for export? Can we localize renewable energy and battery value chains alongside other kinds of investments in industrial policy? I've mentioned that we have electricity supply problems. This is load shedding. I don't know what we would call that in French, but it's the time when you don't have electricity available. And last year we shed 17 terawatt hours. So more than almost 10% of the electricity produced in the year we did not produce because we have very, very old coal plants and they haven't been well maintained and they have not been running well. This year we've reduced that down significantly to about 2 terawatt hours. And that's primarily because of households and businesses putting rooftop solar on. So it's created space for Eskom, our utility, to do increased maintenance. But this, you see, is the most popular app in South Africa. It's called Eskom Se Push. It tells you all the hours when you won't have electricity in the day. So this is an example from April. At the moment, we don't have any load shedding, but in April, this was for my house in Hout Bay in Cape Town. This was all the times when there would not be electricity if I didn't have solar on my roof. So the economy has had a huge knock-on impact from this. And so talking about closing coal is a very, very difficult political conversation when there is no electricity. We are, however, very fortunate that in the last 18 months, there has been a deregulation of the power system, and the private sector has been allowed. Up until now, they were blocked from investing in new capacity, but they are now allowed to develop projects, sign bilateral power purchase agreements, and sell to municipalities, maybe. And so there's a huge amount of capacity being developed by the private sector. And this very large pipeline of projects could actually meet the most ambitious part of our NDC, our 1.5-degree aligned pathway for 2030, if we built almost all of it. So there's 66 gigawatts in the pipeline, 64 of that is wind and solar and batteries. But it's not guaranteed that this will come online. These are projects being developed by the private sector. There's no public auction system. There used to be a public auction in place. That's not really existing anymore. And so how to make sure we actually get this capacity built is one of our big challenges. The second big challenge is that we haven't been building enough grid in South Africa. I think this is a problem facing many countries, but there is no grid left in the areas where we have the best renewable energy resources. So in the Northern Cape, the Hydro Cluster, the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, where we have excellent solar and excellent wind, all those numbers are now zero. They're gone, they're filled. When we did our last public auction, the REI PPPP, the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Procurement Program, not a single wind project got through. So we haven't built any wind now for many years. There's 2 projects being built by the private sector for private offtake. So we need to be building 7 or 8 or 10 gigawatts per year, and we've been doing 3 gigawatts of rooftop solar, and that's it. All of this grid capacity is gone. People have not developed projects in the areas where there is grid capacity. You can see there's more being developed now in the northeast of the country because there is grid still available there, but those projects are quite early stage still, coming later. With the help actually of some European utilities, Eskom has put a curtailment framework in place, which has freed up 4 gigawatts, 3.3 gigawatts in the Cape provinces for wind. But all that does is catch up the wind that we didn't build 2 years ago in this missed auction. And to give you a sense of this challenge, we need to build 14,000 kilometers of new transmission by 2032, actually by 2029 if we want to hit the ambitious part of our NDC. And last year, Eskom planned to build 166 kilometers, and they actually built 74. So we are, I don't even know, more than 10 times, 30 times too slow on the kilometers we need to build out. So we're in a real bind. In this context, the discussion has been, we can't close coal, which is, of course, very good for the coal industry who don't want to close coal anyway, the parts of the government who don't want to close coal, and of course, everyone who wants the lights to stay on for now. So how do we unblock this is really, really key. I've discussed the consumer response to load shedding, which has just been that last year about 3 gigawatts of rooftop solar got put in place. We're a top 10 country for solar last year, South Africa. But there are huge issues here also that only rich households can buy themselves security of supply. So poor households have no means to get rooftop solar built, and municipalities cross-subsidize, and so they're losing their wealthiest customers and their ability to cross-subsidize poor consumers. Coal mining. This brings me to the biggest issues around coal mining. So these are just the areas, you can see South Africa, and then the different towns in the province of Mpumalanga. The big blue bar at the bottom is the value add by sector. That's the coal sector. In a town like Malahleni, which actually means place of coal, the coal sector accounts for 44% of the town's GDP. Steve Tshwete, 35%, and Mpumalanga as a whole, 20% of the province, provincial GDP comes from coal. And very similarly, there's huge amounts of employment in those towns. So again, in Malahleni, 26%, 1 in 4 people who work in coal mining. So when we start to talk about halving coal, it becomes a huge impact for these towns. People talk a lot about the fear of ghost towns. What will happen? What will collapse? People will lose their jobs. All of the industries around school teachers will lose their jobs. All these kind of second round impacts are the big problem. There are other problems. Coal wages are much higher than the median wages in the economy, 2 or 3 times higher than working in agriculture, for example. And they're seen as more decent jobs than informal work. People have pensions, they have employment insurance, many are unionized. If you lose your job as a coal miner, you sit on the side of the road looking for piecework. You make €5 per day, once or twice a week. That's it. So there are 500,000 jobs in mining, 100,000 of those are in coal mining. And on top of that, we have about 500,000 jobs at risk in the automotive manufacturing sector. So it's a huge challenge, the climate transformation for South Africa. Because of this, there's been a huge amount of work on just transition policy development and planning. So we have something called the Presidential Climate Commission, which was launched 5 years ago, and they've built a national framework for just transition in South Africa. And the national framework says we have different kinds of justice, distributive justice, restorative justice that look backwards at the past, and procedural justice, that there's a good process as we run our planning. And that they will target different parts. They will look at industrial development and social protection and skills development and different sectors, coal, transport, tourism, automotives, there's a long list. On the back of that, we signed something called the Just Energy Transition Plan, the JETP, in 2022 with France, Germany, the UK, the US, and the EU, which is a political partnership to help support South Africa to manage this transition. We produced a South Africa's JET investment plan and then a JET investment plan, implementation plan, which I'll get to in a minute. So there's now a huge amount of work on trying to understand how to manage these challenges. This is the PCC. It has a secretariat. It has 25 commissioners from business, from industry, civil society, youth, government. I'm missing someone, I think, the unions. And they run stakeholder processes on mitigation, adaptation, and finance. They focus on particular areas of just transition, so social ownership, for example. How do we broaden ownership of the new clean economy? Financial innovations. How do we support just transition projects? How do we crowd in finance? They look at net zero studies, at air pollution, and various things related to the electricity sector. They also work on how to mainstream climate and just transition into government departments. I'll quickly talk about the JETP because it's often a thing I get a lot of questions about. It was announced at the COP, as I said. The critical finding when we did the investment plan, though, is that the needs for the transition are so much greater than initially thought. So when the JETP was agreed, it was thought that there would be a transfer of 8.5 billion from donor countries in support of South Africa's NDC. When we sat down and started to calculate by sector what the investment needs were, what we needed for worker transition, what we needed for youth development, what we needed for mine closure, what we needed for coal plant closure, what we actually need is $98 billion over the next 5 years. So the needs are far greater than what we thought they would be. There's a lot of discourse around, are they failing? Because South Africa is talking about keeping coal plants on for longer. There have been challenges also in the JETPs in Indonesia and Vietnam. But I have a different view, which is that these are very complex and political processes of learning. So we have to fill in all these gaps in knowledge, in implementation. We have to understand in a very fine-grained way what the barriers to implementation are. And we have to build the governance capabilities to turn a big ship, a big, slow ship. And that's taken a very, very long time. We didn't know what data do we need? What is the monitoring and evaluation framework for a just transition? And it's been a chicken and egg. So South Africa would not have embarked on this process if there hadn't been a partnership, I don't think. And I think this is the really complicated part. It's very slow and steady work to transform a coal-heavy economy. And whether JETP can deliver what's needed to close coal and reduce emissions, the test is really, do we reduce emissions? Do we transform national and local economies? But how do we do that over time? One big thing is that the additional funding is absolutely critical. So there's been a huge amount of critique domestically that there's insufficient grant money, but that's not only the problem. The problem South Africa has also faced is that we can't spend the grant money we already have because no one was expecting a partnership of this nature. There are huge needs on the ground, but there aren't projects ready to absorb the funding. Where do these challenges persist? So grants, where and how to spend them has been a big issue and who has benefited. So a grants register has been created that tracks all of the grant money flowing into South Africa. Of what has been spent, $350 million, almost all of it has been on technical assistance. Much of that has gone to consultants and foreign entities. Civil society has felt quite excluded in the process. One of the challenges has been that the group who run the JETP and the presidency are not always in control of other parts of the policy-making apparatus. We've seen that it's very difficult for private finance to finance the just transition. So how do they do something innovative? How do they change ownership or include training or bring in youth or just try something new? They don't know how to do that. There's not enough grant funding. Even though we're struggling to spend it, it's not always set up for the right things. So we know that we have a huge amount of need for the workforce transition over the next 5 years. Coal miners who will lose their jobs, for example, and the amount of grant funding that you need for that can't be met through international flows as they currently stand. There's a lot of work that needs to go into public sector mainstreaming, and there's not been so much attention because we're in the School of Mines on mining. Even though that's where the greatest job impacts will happen, where most of the jobs reside, we know that there'll be 17 or 18 mines closing in the coming years just from reaching end of life, and there's very little attention on how to manage that process in an integrated way. I'll stop there because I've gone over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessie, for this enlightening presentation. And this is now time for questions. So we have received a lot of questions. I will ask you the first one. Do you believe that economic transition, namely hydrogen or green projects, will benefit the populations that are more affected by unemployment? You have spoken about women, for example. Unemployment. Okay, you have spoken about women. And if so, how do you see the capacity building issue?
It's a very good question. So we've closed one coal plant so far, Kamati, and there's been a lot of criticism of the process that was followed. Eskom themselves moved a lot of their workers around, and so it didn't create more unemployment, but all of the town itself has been impacted, and there have been job losses for contractors and that kind of thing. One of the challenges is that for a long time, people talk about just energy transition only, and so they assume that you'll have coal workers becoming renewable energy workers. And we've been arguing that you need a whole regional economic transformation strategy. You need to say what can be done in a place like Mpumalanga, and it's not just energy. It will be some energy, right? There will be renewables. There is grid there. The renewables are quite good, but we also need to look at tourism, at agriculture, at high-value agriculture, at agro-processing, and that kind of thing. At the moment, there's a very early sets of processes to build community bottom-up projects, and I think that will have an opportunity to bring people in and address unemployment. But there's also a big discussion amongst civil society, especially, not amongst government, that what we need is a basic income grant. We need a much better social protection scheme to be put in place as part of a package, both for the workers who will lose their jobs, but for the people who are not going to get into the new economy. On capacity building, there's a lot of attention on capacity building, but I think it's very fragmented. One of the challenges is just that the basic school system doesn't work very well. So a lot of people can't read. And so you have these little projects to try and invest in skills development or training, but you actually need a whole fundamental reworking from the bottom up of the education system.
Okay, thank you. And we have another one. Do you have critical mineral resources for solar panels in South Africa?
We have a lot of critical minerals, so especially platinum group, a little bit of copper, a lot of chrome, almost all of the world's chrome, and a lot of manganese and iron ore. So this is an area of interest for the government. One of the challenges is that mining has not been especially well regulated, so there's been a lot of conflict with local communities. So thinking about how to make that work better is obviously very critical. There needs to be good recycling and minerals beneficiation. South Africa for a long time would beneficiate the minerals before they exported them. But as we've had more and more supply security challenges, we now export more and more raw materials with no value add. So bringing that back in and restarting that, I think, is possible as we have much more when we have more electricity available. But that's also why green hydrogen is seen as a big area of interest, because it would use potentially our platinum resources, and it would use our kind of capacity in Sasol, the Fischer-Tropsch process. They've been working a lot on hydrogen to liquid fuels.
Okay. So we have received a lot of questions. Perhaps a last one, very different one. Is energy a key topic in the current election campaign?
Is energy... I think load shedding, so the lack of supply, has been a big issue. I think South Africans are very angry. They're very angry that they sit in the dark many hours per day, and so that has been a big part of the discussion. But the parties themselves have not got very well developed policies on energy, I would say, in general, other than the ruling party, the ANC, who've got obviously a much richer policy development expertise. Some of them are very contradictory. So in the same manifesto, it will say, we don't think there should be private sector involvement. And then it will say, we think the private sector must build renewables. So it can be a bit incoherent. But I would say that it's mostly been about getting new energy built. And it's a bit conflictual. Some parties are very pro-coal and pro-nuclear and anti-renewables, and some are more pro-a mix and pro-renewables. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jessie. Thank you. Nous allons maintenant accueillir
We are now going to welcome Rabah Salami, who is the Hydrogen and Alternative Energies Director at the Commission for Renewable Energies and Energy Efficiency in Algeria.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, je me présente.
Hello,
Monsieur Salami.
let me introduce myself, Mr. Rabah Salami. I'm an engineer and Director of Hydrogen and Alternative Energies at the Algerian Commissariat for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, a national institute to support the energy transition and the assessment of energy in relation to this energy transition. I also track the energy transition and advise public decision makers. Today, I'm happy to present the challenges of the energy transition in Algeria and the role of clean and renewable hydrogen as an accelerator for this energy transition. And I will start by presenting the current energy systems, mainly based on natural gas and oil. That is the energy mix that mainly relies on fossil fuels. At the moment, the share of renewable energies is under 1%. Regarding energy demand, a significant share of consumption comes from the residential industry, which is not a productive industry, and also transportation, which accounts for a very big part of energy consumption. And road transportation, which is the largest share in terms of consumption. Regarding the trends in energy consumption at local level, and more specifically in natural gas, the electricity produced in Algeria comes from natural gas at 96%. Over the past few years, we have observed a very significant growth of national consumption of natural gas in comparison with the exported volumes. Only for 2022, 52% of the natural gas produced was consumed locally due to the dependence of electricity production from natural gas at 96%. The electricity penetration rate is very high, up to 99%, and the natural gas household penetration rate is very high as well, around 70%. Today, Algeria considers that this evolution of local consumption is very worrying. We have identified the urgency to act and to modify the energy mix by accelerating the energy transition towards a much more balanced energy mix, mainly based on the development of renewable energy and hydrogen, which was recently identified as one of the pillars of the energy transition. The objective of the energy transition is to ensure the energy security of the country, to preserve the natural resources of the country, and to respect the trade and climate commitments at international level. As I said, the energy transition lies on two pillars. First of all, developing energy efficiency, for example, thermal insulation of buildings, using double thickness glass, and the use of GPS in the transportation sector. The second pillar is the integration of renewable energy into the national energy system. In 2021, we announced a 15 gigawatt development plan for renewable energy, mainly based on PV energy, solar energy, by 2035. And out of these, 3 gigawatts are currently being developed. 3 were launched in 2023 and are currently being rolled out. In 2023, we introduced clean and renewable hydrogen as a part or new component of the energy transition for several reasons. First of all, to consolidate the role of renewable energies, to decarbonize certain industries which are considered a priority, and also to penetrate the green hydrogen market, leveraging the assets of Algeria and the recent trends at regional level. The introduction of this new component will require the increase of capacities in renewable, solar, and wind energies. Regarding the regional context to develop green hydrogen, it relates to the European one. There has been an announcement from the EU of a need for hydrogen by 2030, and part of this will be imported from neighboring regions to the EU, and for the MENA region, it is one of the most interesting ones when it comes to availability of a high potential of renewable energy, including solar, and in terms of availability of land to build large renewable energy centers in order to get low-cost green hydrogen. Algeria is one of the countries with the biggest assets in the region. Algeria has a huge solar and wind potential. It also has a natural gas pipeline network that is extremely developed under the Mediterranean. Algeria has experience in the petrochemical industry, including production of ammonia, and Algeria has a strategic geographical position on the south bank of the Mediterranean. This is why this South Route Corridor project was developed in order to connect certain European countries to Algeria in order to develop green hydrogen transportation from Algeria and Tunisia to European countries. Based on this, Algeria started working on a strategy to develop the hydrogen sector. In 2022, a hydrogen committee was created at the start of 2022 with the most significant stakeholders. This group has released a strategic paper in December 2022, which was approved by the Ministry's Council. In 2023, the national strategy for green and renewable hydrogen was presented, and in early 2024, the document was published on the website of the Energy Ministry. Out of the strategic objectives in the strategy, the first one is to diversify the energy mix in Algeria, to set up an ecosystem favoring the development of clean hydrogen, and allowing Algeria to become a production and export hub for hydrogen. Creation of a national economy based on hydrogen and its derivatives, and also mastering the hydrogen technology throughout its value chain, which includes, of course, the reduction of national consumption of fossil fuels.
Comme objectif en matière de capacité de développement de l'hydrogène
Regarding
renouvelable, nous avons
capacity of development for clean and renewable energy, the objective is to achieve 40 terawatt-hours by 2040, mainly to export to the European market, and 10 terawatt-hour of green energy or blue hydrogen, because we also have the resources for this, to develop the usage of hydrogen at local level. That's around 300,000 tons per year. The objective is to decarbonize certain priority sectors who already use gray hydrogen at the moment, including ammonia and methanol production, and more generally, the petrochemical industry. In order to develop the hydrogen sector, we have identified three main phases. The first phase, by 2030, is what we call the launch phase for the hydrogen sector. We'll work on the regulatory framework, on developing capacities, human resources, research and development. And we are also going to launch pilot projects to test the technology and develop human resources and research and development activities. During the second phase, which will be a large-scale rollout of hydrogen capacities from 2030 to 2040, a progressive launch of large capacity projects throughout the value chain of hydrogen, mainly production of green hydrogen and blue hydrogen. The point is also to progressively replace gray hydrogen, which is currently being used by the local industry, and to replace it by clean hydrogen in order to decarbonize those so-called priority industries. Starting in 2040, we'll work on extending and increasing our green hydrogen production capacities in order to be able to export hydrogen. This will also depend on the evolution of the international hydrogen market. Here is an example of our roadmap. We started working on different important aspects, including developing the regulatory and standard framework, institutional framework, but also to develop human resources. We are currently working on preparing trainings and to adapt curriculums to the needs of the sector, launching specialized trainings and also research programs around hydrogen activities and throughout its value chain. Regarding industrial integration, we haven't started this work yet. However, regarding international cooperation, we have several ongoing activities. We want Algeria to be part of strategic alliances, and we're also strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation at the same time. Regarding pilot projects and the rollout of the hydrogen sector, we are launching pilot projects throughout the value chain. We'll talk about this in a moment. I apologize because there's been a mistake on the second point. This is about development of human capacities and not regulatory framework. These are actions that are already ongoing. Regarding the regulatory framework, we have launched a study on the regulation about the entire value chain of hydrogen, as well as on certifications as part of the cooperation program. Regarding human capacity development, just for the 23-24 university year, we have created new university for training programs around hydrogen, renewable energy, cleaning, and hydrogen. We have 3 pilot projects that are being launched in Arzu, in the West Algeria, and Hassim Saoud in order to test the technology throughout the value chain of hydrogen. We have 2 projects that are currently being developed by Sonatrach in the Hassim Saoud region. The first one is for 2 to 4 megawatt of electrolyzer and 4 to 8 megawatt for hybrid power plant. The largest pilot project is the one that is being developed in Arzu around the petrochemical plant to produce ammonia. A 50 megawatt electrolyzer will be implemented with renewable energy based on solar at 70% and on wind at 30%. We are in the decision-making process for investment. The main challenges in this work include mastering the cost of renewable electricity. We need a massive rollout of renewable energy in order to master the cost, mastering the technology and the industrial integration of equipments and components. The point, once again, is to master the final cost of green hydrogen production and adapting existing infrastructure or building new infrastructures, including the pipelines, as they will be useful to export this molecule. And, of course, preparing qualified human resources in order to lead this transition to hydrogen. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cet éclairage.
Thank you very much for shedding the light on hydrogen in Algeria, and thank you as well for all the questions. I have a few for you, and I'll start with a question around green hydrogen in Algeria. Is it mainly for export, for local consumption? And if export, why mainly the European market, and why not opening to other territories? Thank you for the question. It's very interesting. As I presented it, the strategy revolves around hydrogen export, but also around local usage of part of the hydrogen. Because we must also decarbonize certain industries that have a lot of carbon emissions, including ammonia production, that already uses gray hydrogen at the moment. and also petrochemical industry, which also consumes large quantities of gray hydrogen. Why are we targeting the European market? Simply because the cost of hydrogen also depends on the distance. There are also other technology challenges to transport hydrogen. So short distance transportation is more interesting because there's not a lot of leakage and it's easier to master the transportation chain for short distances. But in the future, with the evolution of the technology, which will probably come, liquefied hydrogen transportation will increase as well, which will help us focus on other markets as well. But at the moment, the most interesting option for a country like Algeria, that already has a very developed pipeline infrastructure, is to export towards one market. Which is becoming more mature. This is the market that is developing very fast in comparison with other markets. Okay. We also have a second question. To date, are there knowledge transfer programs from Algeria to other countries in Africa and the sub-Saharan African countries? At the moment, we're getting into the hydrogen sector. In Algeria, it's a very new experience. We started working on this in 2023, as you saw. And for now, we are working with European partners mainly when it comes to cooperation with Germany and Italy mainly. But I do believe that in the future there will be other projects with the African region, and it will certainly come. Okay, so cooperation, experience programs with other Africans are happening or planned? I think it's more planned than happening. It is necessary to work with African countries, and actually there is a project that is currently being assessed to build a pipeline linking Nigeria to Algeria and towards Europe. And I think that there will be a lot of partnerships around this pipeline. Talking about pipelines, will it be exclusively transported through the pipelines? And what are the strategies implemented to adapt this network to transporting hydrogen? Well, if you look at the general trends in terms of fast transportation of hydrogen from one side to the other one, I believe the most mature solution is to use ammonia to carry hydrogen first. And then, between 2030 and 35, pipeline infrastructure will be adapted to transport gas hydrogen and, after this, liquefied hydrogen for larger distances. Another question now on carbon capture and storage. Is that a solution that is being considered to decarbonize the electric system? Carbon storage. Is that also a solution you're considering? Yes. And actually, I mentioned the option of producing blue hydrogen for local usage, and carbon storage is crucial in order to be able to produce blue hydrogen. But there's also an option to use storage in order to decarbonize certain industries, including cement, which is very developed in Algeria. And in the near future, this industry will have to face the CDM, the carbon adjustment mechanism. So at local level, we are already thinking about how we can decarbonize this industry. And there are also other industries that are currently developing and have significant exports capacities, so we need to work on decarbonizing those industries as well. Thank you. I'm going to ask a last question, maybe to clarify things for those who are not so used to hydrogen. You talked about green hydrogen, gray, blue hydrogen. Could you briefly explain the main differences? The main difference between the two colors, or the most well-known colors, is green and blue. Blue hydrogen comes from gray hydrogen. Gray hydrogen is produced from steaming natural gas. So we're breaking the molecule of natural gas in order to extract the hydrogen molecule, which leads to a lot of CO2 emission, because CH4, you take hydrogen out and you get CO2 remaining, which goes into the atmosphere, and that's the highest carbon rate. In order to avoid this, we need to capture the CO2, and gray hydrogen becomes blue hydrogen. However, green hydrogen is almost clean, almost 100% clean, and we use electrolyze in order to dissociate the hydrogen molecule, the hydrogen atom, from water. We use electricity in order to break this molecule, and that's how we get hydrogen on the one side and oxygen on the other. But the most important part is to use clean energy, either solar, wind, etc. Thank you so much for those clarifications, and we can now continue the discussions during the break. We have received a lot of questions as well, so you'll get a chance to use this break in order to continue your discussions. The break is happening right next door in the Caro space. Thanks again.
Alors nous allons reprendre. Comme il y a beaucoup de personnes qui sont arrivées au cours de la matinée, je me permets de vous rappeler qu'il y a
through the morning, so let me remind you that there are Wi-Fi codes available for those of you who need Wi-Fi to log on. So there are people who have little labels with this Wi-Fi, so please raise your hand if you want such a code. Also, those of you who arrived this morning or during the break, there is a Q&A that takes place through the book app, Clap app. Please scan the QR code on screen, and it's also available on the program. The next presentation will be in English. There are headsets available. Do not hesitate to grab one and turn it on. So I'll now switch to English.
Fadel Kabou, who is Associate Professor of Economics at the Denison University in the US and President of Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity, who will share with us a Pan-African vision for just transition with a statement, which is that we cannot decarbonize a system that hasn't been decolonized yet. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, for the kind invitation, and for hosting this important conversation about just transition from an African perspective, looking at the real issues on the continent. I want to take this opportunity also to express my solidarity with the people of Palestine who are going through just unbelievable suffering, and with people suffering across the world. It's just not right to talk about a just transition, not right to talk about anything without thinking about what's happening in Palestine. And to quote the president of Colombia, who spoke during the last COP in Dubai about this issue, in a very meaningful and powerful way that I invite all of us to reflect on as we think about just transition, where he was talking about the climate challenge in general, and then said, for the global South, Palestine is our past, our present, and our future. And I think with this presentation, you'll get to see a little bit maybe what he meant by that. And I think the main message from this presentation is right there in the subtitles, that we cannot decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally and economically decolonized yet. And with that, I'll start by highlighting this report that many of you have picked up from the table, the French edition of Just Transition, a climate, energy, and development vision for Africa, which most of my remarks will be based on this report, which was produced by the independent expert group on just transition and development that Professor Yuba Sokona convened almost exactly a year ago. And Yuba gave us an assignment, this group of experts, and he said, we need a short paper, 20 pages maybe. We need to produce it quickly in 2 months. And we failed. We produced it in 1 year, and it's almost 100 pages long. And it's available on our website, justtransitionafrica.org, in English and French, and soon a Spanish translation will be posted on the website. What we try to do in this report is put forward an African vision for Africa, not a European vision for Africa, or an American vision for Africa, or a Chinese vision for Africa. So a truly African vision for the African continent that simultaneously addresses in a coherent and comprehensive way the climate issues, the energy issues, and the development issues in a coherent and systematic way, rather than in siloed way. And I think that's the main contribution of this report. First, I want to start with a couple of messages. For the African continent, if we don't have a long-term strategic vision for ourselves, I guarantee you we are already part of somebody else's vision, whether it's Europe or the US or China. And every economic bloc, every country has every right to have a vision for themselves. And so do we. And that's the important thing for African leaders, for the African continent, to formulate this long-term comprehensive strategic vision. And unfortunately, historically, the vision that the rest of the world had for the African continent, for the global South in general, can be summarized in 3 major points. This is the colonial role that was imposed on the African continent. Number 1, we're supposed to be the place for cheap raw materials to be extracted and used by the industrialized world. Number 2, we're supposed to be the place that consumes the industrial output from the global north in our large consumer market. And number 3, and most importantly, we're supposed to be the place where obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing that is no longer needed in the industrialized world, is outsourced to the African continent to be assembled with low-cost labor. And we call that development, cooperation, job creation. But effectively what it does is that it locks the African continent at the bottom of the global value chain. And that is a structural trap, colonial trap, that not only existed during colonial times, but persisted and was deepened during the post-colonial era. And our argument in this report is that moving forward, if we're serious about a just transition, the African continent cannot continue to play the same colonial role for the global economy. So this is really about repositioning the African continent on a global stage economically, and as you'll see later, it has to be geopolitically too, because this is a question of power. When we say just transition and you underline the term justice, justice doesn't get delivered as a gift to the African continent. You have to assert your right to that just transition. And it's not just an energy transition, and it's a complete transformation that needs to take place. And that's why we say you can't decarbonize a system that is still colonial structurally, economically. It has to be a simultaneous transformation for the continent. So a couple of important messages in addition to this idea that you can't decarbonize unless you decolonize the structures. Similarly, you can't really democratize a system, an economy that's still structurally and economically steered from abroad. And for those who are interested in de-dollarizing the global economy, you can't de-dollarize an economy that is still structurally and economically steered from abroad in a colonial way. But we'll focus on the decarbonization today. Just to put things in context, this is a World Bank report published a couple years ago. It's called Groundswell, available on their website. Remember, the World Bank is not your most radical climate organization. Very conservative estimates, putting the numbers at 216 million people who will be displaced by climate events by 2050, which is the day after tomorrow on the climate clock. On the African continent, more than 100 million people will be displaced. And we know what this does. Every time we have mass movement of people, and we've never seen mass movement of this scale, you have additional pressure on resources, on housing, on food, on all kinds of things, and that tends to spark conflict. So when the Syrian refugee crisis happened almost 10 years ago, there was a massive panic, especially here on this continent. And that was just a small number of people moving because of a conflict in one country. Now imagine if a small fraction of these numbers start moving, and they'll be moving up north. Are we prepared to treat people with dignity, to have the infrastructure, to have the fiscal capacity, to build the resilience for this kind of impact? And again, these numbers are the most conservative numbers that I'm citing here from the World Bank. So what are the structural economic deficiencies that we struggle with on the African continent, these colonial structures that must be transformed as we move towards a just transition? Of course, high external debt is a serious problem, and it eliminates the fiscal capacity for our government to invest in adaptation, to invest in all the things that we need to build that resilience. But external debt is a symptom of deeper structural issues that I can summarize in 3 major points. And I'll show you the data in a little bit. So these 3 root causes: number 1, energy deficits; number 2, food deficits; and number 3, manufacturing deficits or value-added deficits. Let me explain each. When I say energy deficits, I include our biggest oil exporter on the continent, Nigeria. Doesn't have energy security. Doesn't have energy access secure to its people. Nigeria today imports 100% of its gasoline from international markets, 100%. Our second oil exporter, Angola, imports 80% of its fuel from international markets. And the list goes on. And this structural deficiency is by design, not by accident. Number 2, food deficits. According to UNCTAD, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, the latest report from a couple years ago, Africa today imports 85% of its food, when less than 100 years ago, the African continent was the breadbasket for colonial powers. That deficit is not by accident, it's by design. And I think since we're here in France, you'll recognize what I'm talking about here. As soon as the African continent began to gain independence, in 1955, there was a meeting for the Treaty of Rome, the foundation of the European Union, where European powers said, we have a food security problem. We're so dependent on the global south. We need to invest in our own food sovereignty. And that started the conversations that eventually led to the Common Agricultural Policy, which was introduced in 1962, a basic pillar of the European Union to this day. And that is a pillar of food sovereignty for Europe. And that meant heavy investment in subsidies, agricultural subsidies, to produce wheat, corn, barley, the core crops. And it wasn't just Europe, of course, the US, Canada, Japan, the former Soviet Union, which is why Russia and the Ukraine dominate this sector. And that forced farmers on the African continent to give up producing wheat and corn and barley and the core crops because they couldn't compete with the cheaper subsidized grain. So our assigned role, and I insist that this role has been assigned to the African continent, is to stop producing core crops, those will be imported, and start producing primarily cash crops, producing coffee and tea and tobacco and bananas and, all the complementary food items. And once you start doing that, you're in a structural trap, and that's why today we import 85% of our food. Once you start producing for exports, you start producing on a large-scale monoculture, which has significant ecological impact. You start using non-native seeds because you're exporting to a foreign market, so you have to serve the taste of your customers. Non-native seeds that are not acclimated to your soil, to your climate, so they require more irrigation infrastructure. They require imported fertilizers, imported pesticides, so they can survive the journey all the way to a supermarket in Geneva, and a very energy-intensive logistical infrastructure, refrigeration and transportation and so on. This is the structural trap in agriculture on the African continent. There are severe ecological impacts, of course, today. And finally, the third structural deficiency is the kind of industrialization, the kind of manufacturing that we were allowed to have, and I underline the term allowed to have, is the kind of manufacturing where you have to import the machines, you have to import the intermediate components to assemble with low-cost labor, you have to import the fuel to power the factories, and we even have to import the packaging in some cases. So you end up with a manufacturing base that produces low value-added content for exports, and what we import is high value-added content. So with this kind of manufacturing base, you can double, triple, quadruple your exports. You're always locked at the bottom of the global value chain. And that is a structural trap. Again, by design, not by accident. So now these three structural deficiencies add up to an annual trade deficit that accumulates year after year. And as you know, any country with a trade deficit, its currency will fall relative to the dollar, relative to the euro. So now we have a weaker currency. With a weaker currency, anything I need to import the next morning, food, fuel, medicine, will cost me more. So we literally import inflation in key sensitive areas, food and fuel in particular. And that means social unrest, political and social unrest potentially, which is why our governments immediately move into a defensive position to protect the most vulnerable, which makes sense. So what do? We subsidize food, we subsidize fuel. But of course, you can't do that for 7 or 8 or 9 decades. It's unsustainable. It's just a band-aid solution. And we also ask our central bankers to stabilize the exchange rate, try to stop the bleeding. How do they do it with a band-aid solution? Our central bankers borrow more dollars and more euros and start fueling the external debt problem. And these are the structural issues that must be decolonized if we're serious about a just transition. Now, the good news is that transforming these three structural deficiencies happens to be not just economic transformation, not just a solution to inflation and a solution to external debt, but it also happens to be climate policies. Investing in food sovereignty and agroecology, investing in our biggest energy potential, which is renewables, not fossil fuels, and investing in a different kind of industrialization that prioritizes the building blocks of development and prosperity. All of those start with climate resilience, as I'll show in the next minute. But let me show you some of the numbers so that we know what we're talking about. This is Africa as a whole. This is total exports. You can eyeball the composition of Africa's exports. Raw materials, crude oil, cash crops, and low value-added manufacturing. Now notice the volume of, right here, $585 billion. Now let me show you Africa's imports. Notice the volume. It's 737 billion. So we have a structural trade deficit on a continental scale. And of course you can eyeball the composition of what we import. Refined petrochemicals, not the crude material, wheat and rice and core crops imported from outside the continent, and pharmaceutical products and high-tech products and so on. This is Africa as a whole. Let me zoom in on just one country. I can show you country after country, it's the same issue. Here's Ethiopia. Notice Ethiopia's exports, 7.7 billion. Notice the composition. You have coffee, you have cut flowers, one of the biggest sources of export revenues cut flowers for Valentine's. Ethiopia is one of the largest exporters with Kenya and Ecuador and Colombia. While at the same time, there are 20 million people in Ethiopia today who are dependent on food aid from abroad. This is not by accident, it's not unique to Ethiopia. A country that's blessed with fertile soil, with the Nile River, with all the resources, is producing cut flowers for exports, while millions of people are dependent on food aid. And now, notice Ethiopia's imports, $17 billion. So that's structural trade deficit. You see it at the national level. And again, you can see the consequences. Now, Ethiopia's trade imbalance that's increasing over time, it's not diminishing, creates this effect of constant pressure on the value of the exchange rate. So when the line is going up here, that means the dollar is becoming more expensive relative to the Ethiopian birr. And of course, the flip side of this weakening currency is the massive external debt that accelerates exponentially. Notice this, that this is over the decades. This is not about a particular prime minister or a particular event. Yes, COVID matters. Yes, the Ukraine conflict matters. Yes, the civil war matters. But this is structural, has very little to do with those smaller events, smaller quote unquote, of course. So this is the problem, that you have a country like Ethiopia at some point spending 45% of its export revenues just to pay interest on the debt. Where is the fiscal policy space to do development, to build the building blocks of prosperity, to do climate adaptation? It's just not available. So take this to the international level. If we divide the world into two blocks, global north and global south, and you net out all global financial transactions, exports, imports, foreign direct investment, remittances, even illicit financial flows, the net amount is that green line, which you see here. The last data point we have is $2 trillion moving in the wrong direction. $2 trillion moving from the global south to the global north. Now, if we summarize these numbers, when it comes to climate finance, you have $2 trillion moving in the wrong direction. That's the big $2 trillion. Next to it, you have the $100 billion promised almost a decade and a half ago and not delivered. And whatever was delivered was mostly loans. Next to it, you have the Green Climate Fund, which the last replenishment was about $12 billion. And this tiny little dot, I don't know if you can see it in the back, there's a small dot here. That's the Loss and Damage Fund, $700 million in it. Oh, this is the summary of climate finance today. And of course, if you put this side by side with the profits of the four big oil companies operating on the African continent, you will not find a single climate fund that can match the annual profits of these corporations. Now, this is the picture you want to take a selfie with and send it to your favorite climate negotiator before they go to COP next year and say, this is climate finance. Is this going to work? Of course it's not going to work. That's why I say you can't decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally decolonized yet. When you have colonial structures that extract $2 trillion from the global south, how are we going to have climate finance or a just transition actually have an impact? And of course, the structural solutions, as I mentioned earlier, require strategic investments in food sovereignty and agroecology, not food security. Food security is a loaded technical term that has colonial magic in it, because food security means you secure the nutrition of your people, either by producing it, or by buying it from abroad, or by borrowing money to buy it from abroad, or by receiving it as food aid, like the 20 million people in Ethiopia. Food aid is the worst thing you can do to your agriculture, because nobody can compete with free food imported from abroad. Renewable energy sovereignty, not renewable energy to export for Europe's energy security. We can export the surplus, but we're talking about building the infrastructure to produce renewable energy for the 650 million people on the African continent today who have no access to electricity to begin with. And yet we're prioritizing exports of renewable energy. And then finally, high value-added industrial policies that prioritize three key industries, leveraging the complementarity of resources and capabilities that we have on the continent. We have all the strategic minerals. We have the economies of scale to industrialize. And what we want to prioritize, what we should prioritize, is manufacturing and deploying renewable energy infrastructure. Not importing the solar panels, but manufacturing, so using this as an industrialization. Clean cooking infrastructure for the 1 billion people on the continent who are inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis because of lack of clean cooking infrastructure, mostly women and children. And of course, green transportation, as in green public transportation, to link the economies of the continent. Just these three industrial policies will create millions of jobs and completely reposition the continent from the bottom of the value chain. And of course, that global system that sucks $2 trillion from the global south, that's the global economic architecture that was designed in the 1940s during colonial times. We should not be surprised that colonial global architecture is producing colonial results. So we're talking about decolonizing the global financial institutions, that's the World Bank and the IMF, decolonizing the international trade and investment architecture, that's the WTO primarily, and of course decolonizing the international taxation system, which for a long time was in the hands of the OECD here in Paris. And with the UN Tax Convention vote last November, we're finally moving into a UN tax convention system with one country, one vote. So this is the transformation, the decolonization that is needed. So to conclude, the time to act is now. We're running out of time. The pulley crisis that we're dealing with requires urgent, bold, and radical solutions. And I say radical not in the political sense of the term, although you can take it that way. Radical in the literal sense of the term, meaning going to the roots of the problem. Because if we're not going to the roots of the problem, we're operating at the surface. And when I operate at the surface, we call that superficial intervention, which reproduces the status quo. We have no time for these superficial solutions. And here, if you remember the words of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. in the context of the civil rights in the US, he said something like, I have no time for the tranquilizing drugs of gradualism, incrementalism, false solutions, and dangerous distractions. This is the context that we should be thinking of when we say radical action in the climate space, in the just transition space. And the mainstream economic policies that we've been using are too weak, too slow, they don't even work, which makes them dangerous economically, socially, politically, and ecologically. So that is not something that we can continue to use. And I really believe that a realistic plan for structural transformation, for this type of decolonization that we describe in this report, requires a fundamental restructuring of the global economy, of global economic architecture, the World Bank, IMF, WTO, and the international taxation system. And this type of Pan-African transformative vision, we believe, is truly possible, desirable, and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting talk, which gives a lot to think. And of course, we have a lot of questions. First questions about food. Some people wanted some precision on how was the African food deficit designed? Who decided that and when?
Very, very good question. So as I mentioned, this was not something that was decided on the African continent. The very first decision was action in the global north to restore food sovereignty in the global north and to become dominant producers of wheat, corn, barley, rice, the core crops that are necessary for everybody's nutrition. And because there was no counter action from the African continent, it was impossible to compete. Because when you create the European Union Common Agricultural Policy with heavy subsidies, and on the African side there is no such thing as Common Agricultural Policy or agricultural subsidies, you completely destroy your food sovereignty. Where the subsidies came in the global south, in Africa, was not subsidizing farmers to compete with imported grain. It was rather subsidizing the consumers to protect them from food price inflation. And when you subsidize consumers, you solve the problem socially, in terms of political stability and social stability, but in practice, you're actually subsidizing the imported wheat, which means you're subsidizing the producers in Europe and the Ukraine and Russia and the United States. And that becomes unsustainable.
Thank you. A question which is very interesting. What prevents Africa from turning back as a food supplier continent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry. What prevents Africa from turning back as a food supplier continent?
Political will and organization and strategy, which is why this document, this report that we produce, is meant to be a long-term strategic vision. So no country on the African continent today can do this alone. That's why we need to think in terms of at least regional economic blocks, if not at the continental scale. We have all the resources. We have the water resources, the soil resources. There's been, of course, a lot of damage. There's been a lot of climate impact, but we do have the potential on the continent to restore food sovereignty. But there are economic constraints, and I'll tell you why, because we do have ministries of agriculture who should be thinking about agricultural policy. Notice the Ministry of Agriculture in France. It's called the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty. It's not called the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Food sovereignty is very important in Europe. And yet every time we talk about the African continent, we change the term and say food security, which is that loaded colonial term that I talked about. So our ministries of agriculture have been assigned the role by their own government, by the Ministry of Finance, to do whatever you can to increase your yields, to increase your exports of bananas and tomatoes and watermelon and coffee and tea and tobacco, so that we have more dollars, because we need those dollars to import wheat. We need those dollars to pay the debt, right? So we completely rewired our entire domestic economic policy to prioritize anything that will generate dollar revenues. And that is like shooting yourself in the foot. So this requires stepping back and rethinking what we're actually doing. And it can start at the national level on a small scale, because every metric ton of wheat you produce locally saves you the equivalent in terms of dollars you had to borrow and interest you had to pay for the next 10 or 20 years. So you can start with a small scale, but it requires a commitment from the government to actually support a strategy to stop producing strawberries and bananas and coffee and produce more of the core crops. That's a domestic decision. That's a sovereign decision.
No, it works. Thank you. Other questions about markets and investments. What do you suggest to interest the investor in the African market?
Investors?
Yes.
I didn't hear.
The question is, what do you suggest to interest investors in the African market?
Oh, well, it depends on what the investors want to do on the African continent. If investors want to continue the extraction, then they can keep doing what they're doing. But if investors are interested in a true partnership and transformation of the African continent, then you would channel investments towards food sovereignty and agroecology, towards renewable energy infrastructure. Investors should play a key role in transfer of technology, which is something that's been systematically denied to the continent in general. Transfer in technology as in not obsolete technology to be locked at the bottom of the value chain, but joint ventures with actual transfer of technology. And we've been arguing in the climate finance space that part of the climate finance payments that are owed to the Global South, some of it needs to come in debt cancellation form, some of it needs to come in the form of grants, not loans, but some of it needs to come in the form of transfer of life-saving technology. That is technology to reposition the African continent away from the bottom of the value chain, and life-saving technology that will manufacture and deploy the building blocks of development and resilience, renewable energy infrastructure, clean cooking infrastructure, clean transportation infrastructure. That's where real partnership, non-colonial, non-extractive partnership comes in. But if you assess all the partnership, quote-unquote partnerships that we've seen from the EU, from the Matai Plan, from the Americans, from the Chinese, it's greenwash, rinse and repeat the same relationships, unfortunately.
Yes. What do you think about the leakage of Africans' brain toward North Pole?
That's part of the extraction. This is when countries have this massive external debt and limited fiscal space to invest in development, in job creation, and creating opportunities, what do you expect to happen? Individuals will be attracted to where visas are available, where jobs are available, where opportunities to earn a living and send money back home. So this is not new. The push factor from the African continent is there because of that restricted fiscal capacity. And the pull factor, of course, complements it from the global north. And you see in my own country, Tunisia, in the last just 10 years, there's thousands of engineers and doctors that left the country because of the push factors from the repressed economic conditions at home.
Thank you. I have a lot of time, so I can ask you a lot of questions. But we have a lot of questions so after that. So I think you will have a lot of questions during your lunch. Someone is asking, is it possible to decolonize Africa completely in a system promoting free trade?
In a system?
Promoting free trade. Maybe it will be the last question.
Very good question. So I don't know if this is a reference to the Continental Free Trade Agreement. The Continental Free Trade Agreement can enhance the decolonization process, but not under the current condition. Because under the current conditions, we're talking about opening borders for free trade, but no economic transformation domestically to do the kinds of things that we're suggesting here. So what you end up with is more open borders, no tariffs, to import more stuff in the coastal countries to build infrastructure to export to each other, right? So it's not going to have that full effect that you would get, say, from the European Union open borders and free trade within this economic bloc, because the European Union comes with an industrial policy, with an agricultural policy. No country can function without food, without energy. And we tend to neglect those and say, if we have free trade, everything will be better. Of course, it will not be better.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Kaboub. Malheureusement,
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaboub. Unfortunately, Mr. Diop could not come, as Nadia said this morning, so we are now going to welcome Dr. Aounda Kinda, researcher at the Clermont-Auvergne University, and he's going to talk about the impact of extractive industry governance on the issues around climate change.
Bonjour tout le monde. Donc, j'aimerais d'abord remercier
Hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing team for inviting us to this forum, which is of general interest, and thank you to all the participants. My presentation is about the governance of extractive industries in the face of climate change in Africa and what impacts to expect. My presentation will be based on those 7 main items, a much more analytical and operational presentation. And first of all, I will present the social and economical impacts of the extractive industry, the environmental impact, the energy transition, development, mining, taxation, the challenges of extractive industry governance, the role of governance in protecting the environment, and conclusions and remarks. First of all, we must say that the energy transition cannot happen without full and effective participation of Africa, which accounts for 30% of natural resources and critical minerals, be it gas, oil, and mineral resources. And we should also note that today, the extractive industry has a significant economical impact in 63 developing countries, including a majority of African countries. Those countries are struggling to mobilize the necessary resources to finance the development, and most of the population lives under the poverty threshold. More than 3.5 billion people live in resource-rich countries. If you include craft mines in Africa, 130 to 270 million people depend on artisanal mining. Here I am presenting the evolution in terms of jobs for artisanal mining and industrial mining and the breakdown between the two. a large part of the population depends on artisanal mines in Africa, and this must be taken into account when we analyze the industry extractive industry. We often focus on industrial mines to assess their impact while disregarding artisanal mines that are less organized on the continent. And through this graph, we can see the contribution of mines depending on the country and the dependency in mining resources in all the African countries. The darkest countries are the ones that most depend on mining resources, mainly sub-Saharan Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. In terms of economical impact, we should take into account the contribution in terms of revenue from 2010 to 2020. This comes from an analysis of the African economy published by the AFD, the French Development Agency. And here you can see the countries that most depend on mining resources, including Chad and DRC, who spend half of their, or have half of their revenue coming from the extractive industry. Our analysis also focuses on the environmental impact of mining. This is one of the articles that I published analyzing the impact of mining resources on deforestation. I'm very much focused on deforestation because it is part of some of the major elements that contribute to greenhouse gases emissions. In this graph, you can see that if deforestation were a country, it would be the third contributors to greenhouse gases on the planet, right after China and the US. Deforestation and its impacts need to be analyzed in order to reduce greenhouse gases emissions. The extractive industry was analyzed for a very long time as part of a natural resource curse. But this natural resource curse is led to deforestation and greenhouse gases. There are analysis on infrastructure, channels, related to this industry that take much more space and contribute strongly to deforestation. We have made this analysis using this article, and we found that the extractive industry strongly contributes to the loss of forests coverage. We have analyzed 52 resource-rich countries, including 23 African countries over the period from 2001 to 2017. And we can see a positive link between mining rents and deforestation, and a link between oil rents, deforestation, and resources, so public expenditures and deforestation. I can come back to the explanations during the Q&A session to explain why there is a negative relationship between mining rents and a positive one with oil rents and public expenditures. This is a presentation of the main results. If you look at the second line, you can see that the impact of the extractive industry, that is oil, gas, and mining, while it's a positive impact on deforestation, meaning that those industries strongly contribute to deforestation in developing countries. We can also analyze other factors, such as economic growth, population growth, population density, also rainfalls, development aid, and other countries who And all these factors contribute to deforestation. This is a presentation of the minerals for energy transition here in Africa. You can see that Africa has a strong contribution to the energy transition, and the transition cannot happen without the contribution of Africa. Africa accounts for 43.9% of chrome volumes, and for cobalt, for DRC, it accounts for 68.4% of the total volume. These are very important minerals for the energy transition, and those minerals are in great part available in Africa. Let's now come back to taxation. Looking at the energy transition minerals and the trends of the extractive industry, developing countries are trying more and more to change their mining taxation code in order to get most benefits from those rents, in order to use this to develop sustainable development. And we can see that these countries here recently changed their mining codes. However, this did not have the expected impact. Regarding the changes in the mining code, there has been a change in the concession fees, the taxation system, and other types of taxes. But looking at the royalty systems, we can see that the rates are different depending on the country, but they have also changed over time, country by country, and depending on the type of minerals and their importance. The challenges in terms of governance for the extractive industry in Africa. There is a weak administration capacity in those countries, and they are unable to implement the right tax system, and there is no training to allow the leaders of the administration to adapt to those changes. There is also a strong tax competition between countries on the continent, which leads to a lack of significant tax system in order to get the most benefit. Certain countries tend to disregard the environment in order to get the benefits of investments in the mining industry. There is also a non-taxation of the artisanal sector, which is impossible to track, and it's also done in a very random way, which leads to further deforestation as well. The stabilization clauses of the mining codes leading to the fact that the changes in the mining code do not help the countries get the expected results due to those stabilization clauses that run over 10 to 30 years. So for the companies that were already in place, they are not impacted by the changes in the mining code. Those companies also find ways to have aggressive tax optimization to avoid those changes in the mining code. An IMF analysis shows that 15 African countries were losing between $450 and $730 million in tax revenue due to profit shifting by multinational companies, tax avoidance really. Second article aims at assessing the impact of governance on deforestation. This article is also available online, and through the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, we can see that throughout the value chain of the extractive industry, the environmental impact is taken into account in order to assess the environmental degradation as part of the development process for the mines, be it for contracts and licenses. We can see that the environmental aspects are taken into account through environment payments. And for production, there are also criteria, pre-production assessment of the environmental cost that could be due to the investment. In terms of revenue collection, there are also environmental revenues and often environmental related investments. When it comes to revenue allocation, in terms of industrial mines, there are certain differences depending on the level of quality. In addition, the institution asks for an assessment of the environmental and economical impact related to greenhouse gases and also water pollution of those mining investments in Africa and elsewhere. Here we have used the data of the 83 resource-rich countries over the period. That is the countries who are part of the initiative. By using the deforestation variable as a yearly loss. Here you can see that the countries who are not part of the system have a very high level of deforestation because this initiative is done in 3 different steps. The commitment to adhere, and then the effort when the country becomes a candidate and when they're compliant. And we can see here that through the different steps of the implementation of the policy, the level of deforestation is reduced. This is the econometrical empirical model, and you can see that on the first line, the impact is negative. 352 hectares of reduction for the countries who adhere, minus 350. As a final conclusion, we can say that the improvement of institutions, we can see that the life possibilities help reduce the environmental aspect because we can see that it's in the countries who depend on the forest that the living standards increase through revenue to reduce environmental impact.
So via a transparent tax system and environmental payment, this could contribute to reducing the environmental damage by between 300 to 700 hectares. And there should be eco taxes and polluters should pay. In Africa, this tax is not visible in administrations yet. It's a bit like the system in the EU. This would allow to reduce the environmental impacts. Most companies are multinational companies, and we also would like to promote corporate social responsibility in the extractive sector. Through this promotion, we could encourage companies to take into account the environmental aspect and to use new technologies allowing for more GHG reductions, and green spending would also allow for a reduction of the mining companies on the environment. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors,
Thank you very much.
Je vais en profiter pour répondre à une question qui a
I would like to
c'est est-ce que les présentations seront partagées
answer a question that is often asked. Will the presentations be shared with the public?
Vous aurez tout est filmé en fait.
Everything is recorded and filmed, and you will all see it on the YouTube channel TTI.5. And we're going to ask participants if they agree to share their presentations, in which case we will let you know. If there are other questions, do not hesitate to get in touch with organizers, the ones who have a red badge, and they will tell you more about this possibility. Thank you very much, Mr. Kinda. So the first question, which is a bit technical, someone asks, who wrote the mining code? The mining code is often drafted by experts, both national and international experts, and depending on the tax system in the country, the common law code is often different from the mining code because mining companies do not have the same economic metabolism as companies. So this mining code is often written by international experts and national experts summoned by government. There's also a question on carbon credit. I think you've mentioned it, you brushed upon it at the end. So it's a tax for companies that deteriorate the vegetal ecosystem. So will the governments implement this? So as I said, for the final taxes, if most companies that invest in the mining sector in Africa are multinational companies, so through the carbon tax system, the scheme could allow countries to make revenues and to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions through all the companies that adopt it. Or that pay taxes to have this. So this pollution credit is a good idea in Africa. According to you, is it a lack of political will that creates a challenge? Is it the lack of political will that creates challenges to implement an extractive governance, or are there other reasons? There are many reasons. There's the lack of political will of governments. And there's a lack of knowledge of the qualities in the human capital allowing to implement this policy. If we look at other companies, they manage to contribute to the well-being of populations. But we've also noticed in other countries that there's a lack of political will and knowledge in terms of extractive industries as well. So this means that there's not such a strong an impact on the level of the lack of willpower of governance. It's also human capital. And your point of view is that we should have experts in other places than where they are today, so train administrations. Implementing the mining code, so that's a discussion through in countries often we don't have experts that allow for these discussions. We should have a debate on this mining code between the company and government. So oftentimes companies have human capital, and maybe we need to, if we start cutting taxes, it benefits the company, but often at a government level, we don't have these types of experts that allow for these types of simulations, that allow for a more fairer level of revenue for governments. So how do you think we could solve that problem? To have experts in institutions. to try to see a little bit further what solutions to find it. There's an asymmetry of information between companies and governments. So companies know all of the factors linked to extraction, whereas oftentimes governments use it to start a discussion and negotiations of the mining on the mining code.
Merci beaucoup.
So I'll stop here.
Alors, on va maintenant assister à une
We are now going to
la projection d'un
watch
court-métrage
a video
réalisé par l'artiste Marcel
by Marcel Henrigen,
qui s'appelle Memories of an Unborn
which is
Son.
entitled Memories of an Unborn Son. It's a short film.
Le court-métrage est en anglais,
This video is in English,
non anglophone.
so I hope that it will be okay for non-English speakers.
Je vous propose que l'on regarde
I suggest that we
le court-métrage en accord
watch
avec le réalisateur,
this
et puis après,
short film
on prendra les questions
with
de la
the
salle,
agreement of
de
the
la
director,
présentation
and then we
pour
will
les
listen to your
présentations,
questions in the room,
l'organisateur
just
qui va
like
être
with
avec
other
nous.
presentations,
Voilà.
because the director is in the room. So, thank you. Enjoy the film.
现在我们这个单位呢，就是7点钟就上班。我一般的都是5点半左右就起来刷牙、洗脸、活动。洗漱就是6点半我就开始吃饭，吃完饭以后我们就上班，准时上班。
不是舒服，在外，我们不是讲舒服，但是我们能够根据这个生活条件，我们能适应。
Could you explain how the movie started? It started with a rumor in Algeria in the media. Yes. Originally, we wanted the movie to only talk about the neo-colonial exploitation of Algeria by China, which then was expanded with the testimony of Chinese workers in Algeria. We wanted it to be a documentary talking about this workforce that is exiled and the relationship between Chinese workers in a country where they have no cultural reference, and how workers and a collective memory can disappear in this huge mechanism that is energy extraction and global geopolitics. And I slowly discovered relationships or links that I wanted to echo: the use of the Algerian territory by France, and I wanted to include those colonial archives that show the operations from France that happened after the independence. And it was important for me to use propaganda videos showing a Eurocentric perspective of the nuclear tests and have a spiraled timeline to compare this exploitation of a territory being by using energy or producing energy through this dystopia showing solar farms from China and Algeria. And the only way for me to relate those different issues together is what I was interested in, which was to use rumors. Those testimonies are real-life testimonies, but some of them were also added in order to transfer this present situation into a theoretical future, referring to this concept of a second sun, which is not so far from us and relates to potential exploitations of the African continent from American, Chinese, or European companies using colonized lands in order to develop new renewable energy systems to benefit the companies who develop it. More specifically, here I'm talking about China because it has great influence on the African continent. But this concept of a second sun came from a fake tweet that went viral last year, showcasing the first scene in the video, a huge light sphere lightening up the sky, which was imagined as an artificial sun from the Chinese government. So I was interested in this relationship between the military archives that were classified for long, discussions I've had with people in Algeria, and fake tweets that circulate on the internet. Thank you for the clarification.
Oui, et donc du coup, les images, en fait, toutes les images qui sont montrées
all the footage shown, or archives at least, are real-life archives. They were not modified. And also the installation footage that may be obsolete are also real-life videos? No, some of them are. The entire movie plays with this frontier between reality and fiction, and what I wanted was to have a mix where you cannot really detect the difference. A large part of the installations are real in the movie. Some of them were also added through CGI. But just like for testimonies, maybe 80% of testimonies are real-life testimonies from Chinese workers collected last year, and 20% were scripted. And they're here to blurry the frontier between real life and imaginary. How about collecting the testimonies? Was it easy? Was it difficult? Were they fully open? No, it was very difficult, just like anything in Algeria. But of course, these are Chinese companies that are mandated by the Algerian government. The workers live completely away from society, and they get strict instructions not to mix with others, etc. Of course, we struggled before we could find workers who would agree to answer our questions, and as you can see in the interviews, it's quite a closed dialogue, or at least their liberty to speak is under control. It's always very broad, not very precise. And the movie happened in a very empirical manner. We faced a lot of obstacles, of course, and it slowly gave me the will to change the reality and to use those testimonies that were almost a description. They often talk about the project, but they cannot really talk in further detail of what the project is about. And I decided to use those blurred lines in order to then integrate the fiction into the movie. There was a question about a more political or activist aspect. Is there a part in the movie on the exploitation of racialized people and a parallel with colonized territories? Was this an aspect? Yes, of course. The movie is about this, for sure, but the most telling part might be the last part. It's a Tuareg poet, Hawad, who wrote a lot about the French colonial exploitation, and more specifically, the fragmentation of the South Sahara, and the way extractivism and the energy exploitation in Algeria redefined nomadism of Tuareg populations and break this freedom or this culture that was present before. And in his poem that he reads at the end of the movie, he talks about the nuclear tests from France and their impacts on the Algerian territory. You should know that lots of Tuaregs were also used during those preparations of the nuclear tests to build the facilities without really knowing what the purpose was. So there is indeed this background. A commitment. Yes. Another question about sovereignty, I believe. Do you know why the solar installations are not made by Algerian workers? That's a big question, which I often get. People ask at political level in Algeria. This system of solar installation is rather minor. In the movie, I wanted to present the speculation around solar energy because I was interested in this concept of second sun, and I thought there was almost a metaphysical link between fusion and atomic fusion and the way the atomic energy of the bomb and the one coming from the sun that is then reused to create energy. To me, there was some sort of parallel between the energy exploitation, whether it destroys or creates. Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused, but that's what I was mainly interested in. However, you should know that the Chinese presence in Algeria mainly relates to construction. There was a huge demographical boom after the independence, which led to a scarcity in housing, and lots of contracts were made under Bouteflika with Chinese companies in order to build quickly at a low cost huge housing units in order to house people. So China and Algeria have had a trade and political relationship that has been very strong from the beginning. So that was mainly for economical reasons that Chinese workers were imported into Algeria. Thank you so much. Many people are highlighting the great work you did. So in the name of the room, I want to congratulate you for this short film. Thank you.
Nous allons pouvoir reprendre le cours de la journée. Nous espérons que vous avez apprécié ce temps de déjeuner, d'échange entre vous. Et avant d'accueillir le prochain présentation, j'ai quelques informations à vous donner. Pour ceux qui sont arrivés pendant l'heure du déjeuner, nous fonctionnons avec un outil qui s'appelle WooClap pour poser des questions.
Use WooClap to ask questions. So there is a QR code on your program, and at the TV at the entrance you will also find that QR code. You will be able to ask your questions that will then be sent to us. As a reminder, the presentations are filmed and they will be made available later, and you will receive all of the information to find them on the TTI.5 website. Now, this is the adaptation session, and Aida Diong is going to give us a presentation. She is a meteorologist and a climatologist from Senegal. She is part of the working group of the IPCC, vice president actually of that working group. So welcome, Aida. So how does this work? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch. We're going to start the session on adaptation. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation on the changes that have been observed in Africa, in changes that will come in the future. So I'm going to tell you about the IPCC results frequently. The IPCC is a UN organization that is in charge of assessing climate change, both in the scientific aspect as in the social and economic and technological aspects. As we reminded, this is the 6th cycle of the IPCC. Nadia showed us this morning the different reports of the cycle. So there are special reports, there are group reports, 1, 2, 3, and the summary report. I took part as an author in the first working group report, so the physical basis of climate change, but I'm going to talk about the conclusions mostly that come from the second working group in chapter 9 on Africa, which is a chapter that is dedicated to climate change and to the adaptation in Africa. So it's a very simple agenda for my presentation. I will tell you about the observed changes and the impact, and then I will talk about the changes and the future risks, and then conclusions and comments. So this is the 6th assessment report that shows that there have already been impacts, losses, and damages that have been largely associated and substantially observed and attributed to climate change. It's shown in 4 categories here. So the first one is for the water availability and food production. Then there's one on health and well-being. Cities, settlements, and infrastructure. Biodiversity and ecosystems. So the red colors are for negative ones, and when it's in gray, or when it's diagonal lines rather, it's adverse and positive impacts. It's not assessed, and the points show the level of confidence with regards to the causal link between these impacts and climate change. So when there are 3 dots, it means that there's a high confidence, 2 points from 50 to 60%, and low when there's only 1 dot. So if we want to look at this in more granularity, the next one, the next graph, shows us the changes in the same 3 categories. So water availability, food production, health and well-being, and then cities, settlements. This is to show you that climate change has had an impact on it's the people who have contributed less to climate change that suffer the most from it. And if we look at Africa, we see that there are only negative impacts at regional level. So the fact that there might be positive impacts here and there, overall in Africa and in the insular states, there are only negative impacts. So for the water availability, for instance, this is because half of humanity has faced at least a water scarcity, and in Africa it's more for southern and northern Africa that the starkest water scarcity levels are found. Agriculture, we'll get back to that. The negative impact is really linked to that. There's also impact on cattle raising, and also for fisheries, and so on. So to show that these are the most vulnerable countries, we can see Africa's emissions. So still in the same vein, here we have a figure showing the vulnerability of the population and on the vertical axis. These are emissions per capita, CO2 emissions. So countries that have the highest vulnerability level are also the ones that have the lowest CO2 emissions globally. Now, if we look at the vulnerability factors for exposition and to climate change. When we talk about impact or risk, of course, there are changes observed when it comes to physical parameters that overlap to the vulnerability factors for exposure and the answers that have been, the responses that are provided or not. So in Africa, the factors also include social and economic factors, political and environmental ones. If we look at employment, for instance, we see that it's in sectors that directly or indirectly depend on climate, such as agriculture. Agriculture is mostly based on rain. There's very little irrigation, and there are more population infrastructure that are in areas that are exposed to climate weather events with a very fast rate of development. And there are areas that are really going to be impacted. We've seen that mortality is one of the results in climate change. And it's the countries that are the most vulnerable. There are 15 times more victims in case of extreme weather events in Africa than in other countries. Another vulnerability element in Africa, 600 million Africans don't have access to a clean energy source. So these are vulnerability sectors in Africa. And then this is in line with what Nadia showed this morning. So these are the GHG emissions in Africa and throughout the world. So to the left, we have the emissions per capita for 2019 in green and 1990 in yellow. And we see that emissions per capita, Africans' emissions are very low compared to the rest of the world. If we compare these GHG, so it's CO2 equivalents, if we compare with Australia's emissions or North America's emissions, and even if we only looked at the least advanced countries in Africa, it's not even 2 CO2 equivalent of GHG. These are the trends between 1990 and 2019. This is for Africa in orange. So you see that it's very low compared to the rest of the world. So to get back to this impact, Africa, just like other areas in the world, has already suffered losses and damages, significant ones, and they are caused by climate change. So this includes that there's less food production, economic activity has slowed down, biodiversity is decreasing, and there's an increase in mortality and disease among humans. As for food safety, there's an improvement in the agricultural productivity overall, but in Africa, there's a 34% decrease since 1961 because of climate change. It's one of the conclusions of the report. In sub-Saharan Africa, from 1974 to 2008, corn yields have gone down by almost 6%, and elsewhere, where there's wheat in northern Africa and southern Africa, there's a 2.3% decrease in yields, and a survey has shown that 2/3 of Africans consider that climate conditions have worsened for agricultural production over the past 10 years. See the economic impact. What's important is to show that climate change has slowed down economic growth throughout the whole continent, and there's a difference between African countries and the other countries, temperate countries, such as northern countries. There's also modeling studies have showed that there's a decrease of growth per inhabitant that has been of 13.6% on average. In Africa, we have a lot of data. In South Africa, we have a lot of data, so that's why the report results talk all about South Africa. So 80% of companies have lost more than half their staff and their turnover because they could no longer pay their staff. An impact on systems. We've already seen a decrease in marine biodiversity. We've also seen this in the west coast of Africa, a decrease in the productivity of lakes, including Lake Victoria. There's a change in the geographical area and the animal and vegetable species. Corals are being bleached, and there's also an impact on mangroves. For health, there's an impact on infectious diseases and also for non-transmittable diseases. And it's becoming more and more common in higher altitude areas. There's an increase in malaria because of floods. This is linked to climate change sometimes. And there's a cholera breakout following extreme weather events such as tropical cyclones in East Africa and Southern Africa. 43.8% of mortality is linked to heat. So that's in South Africa between 1991 and 2018. There have been heat waves in northern Africa as well. Even recently, just a few days ago in the Sahel, they've reached 47 degrees in Mali, or even 48, so between Senegal and Niger. 100 people died, but often it's not counted properly, and it's actually, the figures are a lot higher. But there are heat waves. So the highest temperatures in this area are at the beginning of the spring. We're used to high temperatures such as 44, 45, but we've seen over the past few years that sometimes it's been 47, 46, and especially at night. Of course, there are damages linked to extreme weather events on healthcare centers. So all of these elements are linked to CIDs, so climate impacts, and also the vulnerability factors that I've mentioned before. The proper responses, so it can be heat. We've seen that throughout all Africa, there's an extreme temperature rise. There's droughts in southern Africa, northern Africa, western Africa. And it's not only based on, it's also ecological droughts that are linked to the increase in temperatures, because there's a lot of water evaporating. And this is very significant for Eastern Africa. We're losing our glaciers. We've shown that the increase in the sea water level is more significant in Africa than in other continents. And there are also problems in the coast in several areas. So now I'm going to talk about future changes and risks. You have to understand that to talk about this, we use climate modeling. So it's scenarios that allow us to see projections and forecasts. It allows us to better understand causal links. We look at emissions and risks. How social and economic changes have an impact on emissions. Emissions depend on our way of life, our living conditions. In terms of emissions, here we've shown several scenarios used in the first working group. So it starts with very low emission scenarios, an intermediate scenario here, the trajectory on which we are, and so on. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try to be quick. Climate is changing, and it's going to have an impact, and it comes with risks. So like I said, a risk is an interaction between changes, vulnerability, exposure, and responses. I'm not going to delve into details. It's a complicated table and chart, but it shows you our CIDs, so climatic impact drivers. For temperature, there are common changes that are common to the whole of Africa, and everything to do with oceans and coastal areas. There are changes as well that are common for the whole of Africa. For heavy rains, there are changes everywhere, significant changes, except maybe in northern Africa and part of southern Africa. So this is what you see here as a map. So for yearly rains, this is as temperatures are going up. So these are changes. We see that changes are more significant as temperatures go up. So these are the future risks. Even with an intermediate increase, the loss in biodiversity, mortality, diseases, and decrease in food production. So the vertical bars are the transition from one category to another with the confidence degree, with their little dots there. We see that even at above 1.5 degrees, there are high risks, as you can see here, for these different categories. So significant risks are from 1.5 degrees, and at 2 degrees, risks are even higher. So that's an example that I've shown for the loss in biodiversity and ecosystems. Here again, I'm talking about the increase in the sea level. We're at 20 centimeters globally, but we've seen that populations exposed to these rising sea levels in the medium term in coastal areas in Africa. So what is worth noting here is that this is a baseline. We're at 54.2. These are scenarios in the increase of population. So that's the scenario with the strongest population increase. So we see that we will have no longer 54 million people exposed, but rather 116 million. This shows the countries that are among the top 25 most exposed ones. So there's Egypt, Nigeria, Senegal, that are exposed to extreme weather events, as you can see to the right as well. So the mortality risks linked to temperature in Africa, these are for different time periods, and for GHG, different GHG. So the first scenario, the intermediate one, the high emissions one, and even above 1.5 degrees, and for the period that we're going through right now, there are extra deaths linked to the increase in temperature for northern Africa, most importantly. There are deaths that could have been avoided. And what we notice is that there are many deaths, and it increases as time goes by. And as temperatures increase. Other than dry heat, there's steaming heat. So this is temperature as well as humidity. The number of days of exposure to a dangerous extreme heat measured by the heat index. African populations are exposed to deadly temperatures increase in the center of Africa and Western Africa. Africa is the continent that least contributes to greenhouse gases. Nonetheless, climate change has triggered negative impacts, losses and damages both in human systems and ecosystems, and has slowed down economic growth. These impacts are linked to changes in CIDs and climatic impact drivers, and that are going to increase as global warming increases. It requires immediate actions. We've seen that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees should reduce the damages caused to several businesses, agriculture. This is why we promote a transition that is as close as possible to 1.5 degrees. To conclude, the knowledge generation on these changes and impacts is necessary to implement strategies and adaptation measures. It is limited in Africa because we lack climate data. There are also sectoral and social and economic data that is missing. There's a lack of funding for research in Africa. It has been proven that there's only 3.8% of funding for research in Africa that is linked to climate change that goes to Africa. And the majority of these 2.8% funding goes to northern countries. So there's very little collaborative research at national or continental research. So research is mostly done by developed countries in Africa. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Aida. We won't have time to cover everything. There's a question on heat waves. Unfortunately, it is very hard to hear the speaker.
Ils sont différents parce que ça se base sur la climatologie. Donc,
this is based on climate research. So if we look at Sahel, we're used to having high temperatures during the spring. We look at the temperatures, we look at a 30-year average, and we also look at the forecast to see how long these heat waves will last in time, and then there are warning systems that can be sent. So each region defines a heat wave based on climate data.
Comment est-ce que c'est décidé en fait? Je crois qu'à l'échelle de l'Europe, ce sont des régions qui sont plus petites. À l'échelle du continent africain, elles sont très grandes ces régions. Est-ce que c'est pertinent? Est-ce qu'on n'entend pas les incertitudes dans les régions si grandes?
Non, ça c'est une excellente question.
This is an excellent question because even in the Working Group 1, we've seen that the definition of regions is sometimes not very relevant, because if we look at Sahel, for instance, we don't find it in that definition because it is between Sahara. I was shocked to see that Dakar was within Sahara, according to this. So this can also be seen as a domination of developed countries because they are the ones who worked with African people, but we reproduced the regions that were used for Cordex forecast without even discussing this with the Africans in the working group. But we have big regions, but we really lack data in Africa, which doesn't allow us to have detailed assessment. So this work needs to be completed with regional and national research. There's a question on climate forecast.
du changement climatique dans ces régions.
L'augmentation des pluies, c'est vrai que j'ai pas eu le temps de le dire.
The increase in rainwater. I've not had time to do it. We see that it's a very green area, but it's based on its relative increases, so it's based on climate data. So if we have a region that is quite dry naturally, an increase in rain, even a small one, can seem huge because in terms of percentage. But it's worth noting that this increase is also done via an increase in extreme weather events. So these regions are going to have both droughts and extreme weather events. So it can be beneficial for water resources, but not so much so for risk management.
Oui, croisé, effectivement. C'est moi qui vous remercie.
Good. So let's now move on to the next presentation with Zakaria Tientore, Chair of the Superior Human Security Institute and former Minister of Literacy in Burkina Faso.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello everyone.
Vous me permettrez d'adresser mes
If you allow me, I will start by thanking the organizing team for this event. Congratulations. And I believe that in my presentation further on, you will understand why I believe this initiative deserves to be supported. So congratulations and thank you for inviting me. I've heard some great presentations from very experienced specialists, very detailed presentation, but with me it'll be slightly different. We will try to do a bit of philosophy, although some might think it's useless. I don't know what you think, but if the eyes can see what our spirit can imagine, and you basically see with your spirit rather than your eyes, you will understand why it's sometimes necessary to question the way we think, because that's really the starting point. And I co-founded the Institute about 10 years ago, and we are convinced that we can be an input through training, analysis, but also in our meetings and in the dialogues that can be organized. So I've called this presentation Thinking Development in Relationship with the Living, What Inputs from African Philosophies. And you'll understand this or why in a moment. Earlier, you presented the situation in Africa. Since this morning, we've heard some figures, some examples, and you are right when you say that this year there's a serious heat wave happening. I didn't come directly from Burkina Faso, but just a few weeks ago, I was there. It was very hot. And lots of people died, a lot. This is not accounted for, so it can go unnoticed sometimes, but yes, I believe this year everybody had this question. I heard several testimonies saying we've never gone through this. So something is happening. The rain started way earlier.
Pourquoi? Mais il a commencé déjà à pleuvoir et certains paysans sont en train de semer.
Some farmers are already seeding the soil. Will there be an interruption in the rain? We don't know.
Vous l'avez dit, des rendements agricoles qui sont de plus en plus faibles.
The agricultural yield is decreasing. The food insecurity is increasing, and the life of the living is threatened. The life of the living. Which a thinker like Membe is thinking about. We no longer need to be all on one side of the problem, but together be on the same side to look at the problem and see how it can be resolved. There's no solution that is purely African or European, but there are solutions from the citizens carried out by the living to support the living. Some may have thought that we would all agree in front of this reality, we would have the same perception of the reality. But no, what we can see in certain regions, including in West Africa, is that despite what might seem obvious to most of us, but there are some surprising perceptions as well, and I've decided to present three of them, three emerging perceptions, one that might be shared amongst most of us, adaptative pragmatism. We understand it's a difficult situation and we try to adapt, see what we can do differently. Some might call this a transition. We do everything we can to get information, to understand and see how we can act. But we live with our own realities. And next to this perception, there's another one, wondering if all this is true. This is what we call nihilistic skepticism. Wondering whether this is not a lie to prevent us from developing ourselves. This is what we call the anti-development conspiracy. And I've heard people saying it very clearly. Climate change is a lie. It was invented so that we don't have access to development. So there is a denial of this reality, which is quite difficult. A third perception, which can be found in our territories, is what we called redhibitory fatalism. These people tell us, what you're doing is useless. God is getting revenge on your attitudes that are destructive and abnormal. So you don't have to do anything because God will put everything back in order. It's a way to say that, yes, it's normal that it rains more than we need now, that they don't accept the idea that men, through their actions, could be the root cause for what we're going through, but that it's rather a divine business. And all this takes us to bringing responses that raise questions. What do we do in front of global warming and anything that we observe as unusual? What do we do? Sometimes the answers can be very different. Some consider that we should give up on development and organize our lives differently. So that raises the question of what development is. In the face of climate change, what is development for Africans? Because for a very long time, for Africans, development was looking like the West and the Westerners. And still today. So if the people from the West tell us, no, 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 don't take this path because it takes us to a dead end, then for the Africans who were following and were sometimes even trying to catch up are being told, what are you trying to catch up on? Are we really late? But today, we can see that this debate is on the table. We don't have an answer to it. We don't know how to qualify development. what should be presented as development, but we pretty much agree on, and this is why we keep an eye on those awareness upheavals, which allow us to fight epistemicid's. What is this? Knowing that knowledge in the territory is not knowledge, simply because they do not meet the criteria of science as presented and promoted. So one tends to devalorize what you know, what you master, and to try and find solutions elsewhere, and methods that sometimes you don't master and that you don't have access to. And with those trends that are emerging, which is to promote endogenous knowledge, local knowledge, and I believe the next speaker will actually give a few examples of this, especially in agriculture, that relies on existing knowledge in order to find solutions. So we are trying to encourage those trends in order to get out of endo-epistemicide by questioning rationality. What is rationality? Is it singular? And one of the answers that we present today is that rationality has different meanings or different forms. And if it's the case, this would mean that you might think what you're doing is not rational, but since there's not one single rationality, why stop? So, public policies. I was lucky enough to be part of high-level decisions in the past, and we observe an imbalance where politics must also adapt to their time. Their narrative depends on the context, but very quickly they come back to what they know best. We need to meet the needs of millions, and we won't stop doing this because for now we don't have the means to do things differently. So there's a real gap between official speeches and the decisions made. A few years ago, there was an attempt to make plastic bags illegal in Burkina Faso, with an attempt to create a law for this, and 10 years later, plastic bags are still in use in big volumes. That was just an example. Some might wonder what to do. Shall we try to repair the current society model, or shall we try to build a new one? And that's where it's not easy, because attempts to repair have been going on. Today we're talking about transition, but we could wonder how long the transition should last. How many years should we have to make the transition effective? And once you've resolved this issue of the timing, what is the expected result in the end, at the end of the transition? Did we fully resolve the issue? If we reach that target of 1.5 degrees, is the issue resolved? Nonetheless, we might not have the answers yet, but we're not sure that the problem would be resolved. And creating a new model is like repairing a truck while driving it. I don't know if you can, but for now, it's quite concerning. And we can see it's not easy. It doesn't mean we cannot dare to try, but some thinkers support this idea of decentering ourselves, meaning being able to put yourself in the skin of others. That is empathy perceived by philosophers. And putting yourself in the skin of another one is also a way to feel what others can feel, and therefore being able to give up on part of ourselves for another one, which relates to one of the philosophies that I have included in today's presentation. In African beliefs and the strong ideas carried by communities, there is an idea saying that everything lives, that the living is not just humans, it's also a plant, the grass, that when you cut part of the living, you talk to the living and ask them for their permission and almost apologize. When you hear it here, it might sound funny to some. Let's call it this way. But this is a philosophy that organizes the entire life. If everything is intertwined and our world needs balance, it might be because those balances have been stopped that we're suffering from the consequences. And if we could share some of this philosophy, which is not unique to Africa, it can also be found in the Asian cultures, especially with the legend of the gluten tapir. I don't know if you know it. It's an Indian legend where a tapir is struck by lightning through the gods because they took a bit too much of the forest, more than they needed. And the idea is to remind humans that the forest is there, yes, you can use the forest for your needs, but not take more than what you need and more than what the forest can regenerate. Another philosophy, which is sometimes presented in the Bantu or southern part, is what we call Ubuntu philosophy, but also in Maya, Western Africa. So this same idea can be found, meaning I is within us. Individuals only exist through the us, and the us gives an individual their strength and their purpose. And in the educational models, there is what we call the African initiation, and as part of this initiation, it's done per age classes, meaning that everyone is responsible for one another. And when you think about it, this need to feel like you belong, when you look at the pyramid of needs, you know, the Maslow pyramid, this need to belong is also a translation of this Ubuntu philosophy. You need to feel like you belong. And even when you showcase individuals, individuals are looking for the sense of belonging. And in this philosophy, it says that if we all shared it, we might have a different perception of the world, not only from the West or the African perspective, and Richard talked about it earlier. We now know that the world cannot be only Western. This is impossible. If Africa were to follow the Western model, I think the planet could not handle it. Kizerbo has been saying this for more than 20 years. When globalization will fail, and it has, or it is, becoming a failure, it does not only produce poverty, but pauperization. And in that moment, having the correct attitude will be needed. And here's a few suggestions. First of all, the extremes. Yes, we've also always talked about extreme poverty, but not enough about extreme wealth. as if extreme wealth were not an issue at all. We believe that extremes, be it extreme poverty or extreme wealth, is weakening the society and the living. And we need to address both.
Ensuite, il faut pas se leurrer. Nous allons être pris
Let's be
par un défi
honest.
en fait des biais.
We are going to face a challenge, the challenge of bias. While I'm talking, I'm sure there's an active bias, either a compliance bias or the confirmation bias. And any of the two are biases that can take us away from the solutions, because we can see that few people are willing to give up on a lifestyle. And the question today is whether we would agree to give up on our lifestyle, because it's that model, amongst others, that is simply not sustainable.
Le sacrifice qui permet en fait de passer de l'abondance à la
And that sacrifice that allows us to move from abundance to sufficiency, and that's typical of humans.
Les besoins ont été satisfaits.
Okay, our needs have been met. What's the next step?
Je sais pas si on fera comme les Indiens.
I don't know if we'll be like Indians. You know this philosophy. When a person dies, a person spends their life accumulating wealth, and then they have to give everything back. They need to be stripped out of their wealth before the end of their life, getting ready to leave just the way they came, naked, without anything, almost stripped of everything. And that also raises the question of the purpose of life.
Depuis finalement hier et particulièrement ce matin avec toutes les interventions qui
I don't know, what is your perception today, especially after all the presentations we've had?
Jusqu'où l'humain est capable de comprendre que quand on parle du vivant,
how deep is the understanding of humans of the living? Yes, humans are part of the living, but it's not just humans. And ultimately, death makes life exist. Death needs life, life needs death, and chaos can also be the start of a new life. However, once you've heard this, you might be a little discouraged. It can work today, but maybe not every day. So we want to remain optimistic by saying that we can still do certain things by ourselves, and if we decenter from ourselves, as proposed by Disirunique, then we will be able to navigate this ocean of uncertainty with some certainty islands, as per Edgar Morin. Thank you very much.
Merci, merci infiniment.
Thank you so much for taking us into philosophy, which is food for thought for ourselves. And we've got a few questions. First question on this transition from abundance to sobriety. In this context, the knowledge of indigenous peoples might be a way to preserve African countries from becoming fatalist as we are in the north. It could be. But the question is, do the Africans want this? This is a luxury of people like us to say this, and to propose giving up on abundance for sobriety. But for an African person under their tree, at the end of their day, hoping that one day they will also access something else,
Et c'est pour ça que nous pensons qu'en fait, à un moment, il est
That's a
important en
question.
fait de casser les
And this is why
barrières
we think it's
qui existent
important to
entre,
overcome the obstacles
des
between
personnes, comme nous,
people
qui ont
like
accès à
us, who
l'information,
have access to
qui ont de
information,
la pensée, qui est
who
sûre de
try to
l'organiser,
think
et des populations,
and organize ourselves,
avec qui,
and
depuis des
populations
années, il y a un rêve qui
who
est
have
vendu
had
et
this
il
dream
court
sold to
derrière
them
ce
for
rêve.
years,
Donc,
and
je
they're
ne sais même
running
pas
after
ce
this
que
dream.
je le propose un
So
peu,
I don't
pour,
know if I'm proposing
titiller,
this is
mais je
to
ne suis pas sûr
question people,
que
but I'm
les
not
populations,
sure
locales,
local
adhéreraient
populations
tout
would
simplement.
actually
Sinon, oui, on peut imaginer que si c'était
would
quelque
like
chose
that.
Qui était accepté,
But
que
yes,
ça
if
puisse
this were
permettre
accepted, it
de
might
protéger
be a way to
modèle
protect a
que
model,
nous avons nous aussi abandonné.
a
Ça
model
n'est
that
pas
we
que la
also gave up
colonisation,
on,
c'est que après,
not just
voilà
through
pourquoi je parle aussi
colonization.
d'auto-épistémicide. Après
And
la
that's why I'm
colonisation,
talking about
ben, il y avait la possibilité de se
self-epistemicide.
reconnecter,
After
de
colonization, there was a
autrement.
possibility
Mais
to have a
on voit bien
different
que nous
thinking,
n'avons pas
but we
su
can see
cerner,
that we were not
ces
able
occasions. Et c'est peut-être
to
maintenant que c'est en train de se
seize
faire.
those opportunities, and it might be happening now. We'll see in 60
Est-ce que vous
years.
pensez que les religions animistes peuvent être une force
Do you think animistic religions could be in strength in Africa to imagine a truly sustainable development? And if so, how could this be implemented?
Oui, alors, religion animiste, je sais
So,
pas si c'est la bonne
animist
appellation.
religion, I'm not sure that's the right wording.
Parce que ils vivent avec
Because
l'environnement.
they
ils
live with the
considèrent
environment
la nature
and they consider
est,
that
patronne,
nature
que la nature,
leads everything,
paie toujours ses dettes.
and that nature always
Ils ont
pays
appris à
its
vivre avec la
debts.
nature.
So they learned how to live with nature and to listen to nature. And today, it's a model that is also in danger.
On le dit, mais vous retrouverez difficilement des zones comme ça.
It is hard to find areas that are completely preserved from any influence, some sort of islands that could not be conquered, and where life continues as normal with a certain philosophy. No. What I presented to you are things that are under influence and weakened, and that could not be found in their rawest form. Let's imagine those philosophies are still strong. Could they be a way to protect people from global warming? Yes, I think so. And if you look at how the way we're working, it's abundance. We're only trying to meet a need and not to accumulate. And if you don't accumulate, you look at what you need today, you produce it, you use it, and that works day by day. Regarding nihilistic skepticism,
dans quelle mesure l'alphabétisation, l'éducation pourrait permettre
how could education or literacy be a way to limit this thinking?
Je me suis battu pendant des années pour promouvoir l'alphabétisation.
I fought for years to promote its use because I believe in this literacy. I believe in literacy. It's to give the means to people to have access to knowledge, but to also access their own knowledge. Whereas for now, they have access to the knowledge produced by others, but not to their own knowledge. And at the end of the day, people become educated, but you make people even further, you take them even further from their territories. School was one of the biggest reasons for a rural exodus. Because look at the programs, look at what is taught in school. So we didn't manage to readapt curricula after colonization. We kept the same curricula. So for literacy, if programs are different, and if we teach populations to connect back to themselves, their territories, to learn, to like and consider their territories again, because at the end of the day, it's based on this, that they will manage to have their roots, their feet down to earth, and to also make the most of the wind blowing their way, because technological progress is also pleasant. It's very useful and important, but at the same time, we've sacrificed a lot for technological progress. It's not only about education and literacy and increasing the literacy rate, it's also about looking at the content. What are we teaching in terms of curricula and training so that we reconnect to territories and to the philosophies can happen and have an impact, because one day there might be a meeting such as the one we have today with local populations, with African populations that could dialogue with us, that have a dialogue with us. And to do that, how could we do that? Well, how are we going to end up in danger because we don't understand the codes, and they might end up in danger because sometimes they don't have access to what we are discussing. And this is why we need to stop being self-centered. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we are going to continue with Amadou Sawadougou. He is an agricultural researcher at the Environmental and Agricultural Research Institute in Burkina Faso. You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you.
Je voudrais joindre ma parole
I would like to reflect and thank all of the previous speakers, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me a specific task on the work in Africa, because oftentimes the work that has been done, well, Africa is not taken into account as such. So for once, we've had a look at Africa, and we're very happy about this. I would like to thank the committee for that. Since this morning, we've been talking about climate change and how it impacts everyone. But those who pollute the less are the ones who suffer the most, as Dr. Jiang Yang has shown. So I'm going to show you the adaptation practices to adapt to climate change in the Sahel area, and I will tell you about the challenges and outlooks. Of course, we can look at the adaptation practices and the challenges to implement them. The Sahel environment is in constant deterioration. Because of climate change, we've observed a significant erosion of the Sahel, strong storms, violent storms, and recurring droughts, which makes it difficult for people to seek food. So the scientific community has a consensus on several points. So there are more violent rains, there are more frequent droughts, there's a decrease and a poor distribution of rain. And an increase in temperatures that has been shown earlier. So let me show you an evolution of rains in Burkina Faso for this area. You can see that in blue you have the ISO Hayat for the decade until the 1970s. We see that it's the case. For the Sahel, in pink, we've seen that it has changed. But even more, the frequency in these droughts has an impact on the work of agricultures and farmers. We've noticed that the critical consequence of climate change is the number, is the yields in production. We had assessed that there was 268,000 tons of cereals that were lost in the country in Burkina. This is a catastrophe. So it's worth 35 billion. So I think it's 112 million euros, $146 million. So it's a huge loss for people trying to have food safety. So we see that farmers are vulnerable. They have several problems that they're faced with at once. We've seen that there's water scarcity, there's a lack of rain, there are recurring conflicts over resources and endemic poverty. Climate change has an impact on all of the aspects of development. So that's about desertification. I'm not going to go over this. So there are, there's an impact on production, on water resources, and it's a vicious cycle. Here, this is a typical deterioration of soil. We call it zipella in local language, in Moray. What does it mean? Well, it's a meadow where nothing grows. It's an area where nothing grows. This is August, which is the time of the year where we're supposed to get the most rain in Burkina. The green area is where we've worked. But if you don't work on the soil, nothing happens. If we look at crops, you can see that the horizon is completely bare. So we have a really hard time trying to grow anything back on these zipella. There's a deterioration of soil that creates a disorganization of societies because of the lack of income and solutions. These are extreme conditions. And thanks to the efforts of producers, NGOs, agriculture, farmers, associations, there are many practices that have been implemented, and they allow us to get used to climate change. So we use organic matter. That's a secular practice. So we use manure and mulching. That's part of the FAIR project that we contribute to. And we noticed that this has an impact on yields. So this is a land without the use of manure. If you put 2.5 tons, you have 600. And if you put 5 tons, you have about 800. So there's an increase in the yields of crops if we use organic matter. The other ways to do that is to have stone cords. This allows to make half of lands in the country arable. These are schemes that have been adapted because it's what farmers used to do. So we dig and we put waters in, parallelly to water streams, and it allows for crops. It's easy to train people to this practice, and it requires manpower to implement. Here's an image of the use of these stone cords following the rain, but to strengthen these stone cords, we also use hedges and There's another technique that is widely used in Burkina Faso. It's Zai. It's a local knowledge that we recovered, and it's not only a practice, it's a whole philosophy. Because Zai in the national language means hurrying, rushing to do something. Do it quickly. When we apply it to farming, it means that we anticipate. We dig 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. We put the organic matter in there, and we wait for the rain to seed. This means that farmers must not be lazy. They need to prepare their soil in advance. So when using Zai, yields go from 900 to 1,200 kilos. So it's 0 if it's Zipila, and 400 hectares if it's a usual arable land. Here, this is a famous farmer that we've worked with, Yakuba Sawadogo. We've worked with him within the framework of associations to see how we can improve land production. It's really an experience that allows us to regenerate soil. That's farming Zai, and there's also forest Zai, which allows us to bring back trees in lands. That's very important, because it's interesting. It would be interesting for farmers to have access to the Green Climate Fund, because all of this allows to adapt to climate change easily.
Ici, c'est un peu la forêt
This is the forest in Yakuba Sawadogo's land, who passed away in December. But he shows that we can recover an arable land in an arid area where we thought that it would be impossible. I wanted to show this image because he struggled with land rights, but with NGOs, human rights organizations, the governmental authorities gave him an ownership, a land document to recover these lands. So they have challenges. We need to grow trees and make them safe. So here, for instance, it's only in the forest. So it required the intervention of several people, but most of them, it required about 20 people. I would also like to present the half moons. Those are called big Zai. It's also a type of work that is in parallel to the water stream, and they allow to collect water and produce crops. It's very useful to recover Zipela. Here we have an image of half moons at the time of harvest. Women often adopt this system because they have smaller lands, so they have much smaller half moons, but they are nonetheless useful and efficient. From my point of view, it's the best adaptation way, the best way to adapt to climate change. Everything they bring here brings back organic matter, allows for biological activity, and allow to do several things at once for animals, humans. So here we're going to show two examples to get back trees from a producer that did Zai, but he is not landowner, so he could not plant trees. Baobab is a legendary tree in Africa, for instance, and it solves all problems And it also brings leaves that are very nutritious, very that have a high iron content. But in the 1980s, there was a strong mortality among baobab trees, and people thought that there were only old baobab, but there's a simple technique actually to save them. People were just seeding the baobab seeds as they were seeding their other crops, and when trees grew, they just kept them, which allowed them to use these crops and use these baobab trees, because baobab leaves are very much appreciated in Burkina, and again it has a high iron content. So that's a farmer to the north of the country who planted baobabs. Rather than having orchards, he chose to grow baobabs for the past 50 years. And it's a very interesting experience, because in the area where he is, it is a region where there aren't that many. Now let me show you a few research results linked to this. First of all, rain. In reality, it's not so much the amount of rain as how it is distributed. In the case of the practices that we've studied over several seasons in 2018 and 19, the rainfall that we've shown in 2020, for instance, there was slightly more rain, and there were 39 days of rain, so the yields were far higher. So regardless of the practice that we use, either zai or stone cords, it has an impact on yields. So here you see the zai, and you have it, you have the new one to the right and the mature one to the left. This also has an impact on cattle, and it's the same trend, because we notice that the big producers use it. And that's also because they have more organic matter. We've seen that using several techniques at once, so this stone cords and zai, allow for a better regeneration of nature. So this is the association of several techniques with little use of mineral fertilizers. In terms of climate change as well, we cannot forget irrigation, because it allows for food safety. It is true that there's drop irrigation, but when we don't have it, we have to make do. So having an enlightened use of resources as regional public goods is a good way to adapt to climate change. As for outlooks, we need to strengthen the capacities of stakeholders and the use of fertilizers, and developing technological pacts with farmers. We do co-building and co-concept. We try out things on land. We ask farmers to assess them themselves, and everyone chooses the technique that works best for them. And then we have a feedback session. Then we need to promote systematic integration of cattle raising and agriculture, give better access to loans, continuing to follow the deterioration indicators and the sustainability indicators. To conclude, there's a positive impact on adaptation practices in the recovery of lands. There's an increase in yields in lands that have been better used. And often, There's more biodiversity in these lands than in other ecological areas that are open to everyone and that continue to deteriorate. If we invest $1 in agroforestry, there will be $13 for the whole society and $6 for agriculture, for farmers. I will finish on this thought. We need to protect and nourish the earth so that it can nourish humans. So this is a picture of Zipela and a good harvest in the Sahel region, hoping that our mamas will have better transportation systems than always having to carry these harvests on their heads. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for all these examples. And once again, we've received many questions. Let me start with a question linked to the part played by women in adaptation practices in rural areas. Can you tell us concretely how this works? So women play a significant part in adaptation practices in rural areas, but unfortunately, during training, they don't receive the necessary training. Usually, men are trained, and it's often on markets or they go gold seeking, and women are alone with their land. But when we take women on board with a quick training, they manage to do the stone quartz. Women dig with stuff. When we've looked at where the steam runs, women can do everything. Zai, same thing. Women have started to use this technique because even on a small scale, they manage to do Zai even better than men because they're better at maintaining this Zai. I've not had time to show you the pictures. We also have a question on this knowledge transfer from these generations of the legacy of pioneers that you presented. How does this happen? It is true that this is the heart of the problem. If we look at Mr. Sawadogo, it's an excellent example. But it's just a success story, but we need to multiply experiences and make sure that others have the same. And for instance, in the area, there was what we called innovative farmers. So they would visit other farmers and train the ones who wanted to be trained, and also train other farmers. And they could even work on these fields. And this was to show how people could use Zai and use the stone cord. This is really what needs to be done. It's what we've... it's just one idea. It's not perfect. And they also need to learn from researchers and compare this. And they need to tell us what they like, what they don't like, what works, what doesn't work. I think that these discussions can lead people to continue this, these techniques. We've seen in your discussions that the techniques used are very physical ones. Are there solutions to adapt or make this job easier? You've seen that everything I've presented, you've seen that farmers are working very hard to implement these solutions, these adaptation solutions. There's been funding for the natural resources projects in Sahel. In the 1990s, people had funding, but since decentralization, things have changed. There are other infrastructure that are implemented. Even the mayors running towns and everything, if there's good production, they receive taxes because there's agricultural products on the markets, cattle is going well. So this allows for a better situation for farmers, but also for the whole of society. And we have one last question on the Great Green Wall that is supposed to mitigate some of the impacts of climate change. So according to you, is this part of the needs, practices, or knowledge of farmers in Sahel? So the Great Green Wall, we all had a lot of hope for this. I must admit, unfortunately, we haven't started yet, and the results are not good enough, because we don't see this Great Green Wall from Senegal to Eritrea yet, for several reasons. When we invested a lot of money in this, and the farmers who don't have this money managed to regenerate trees. So there are many things to do. But on principle, it was a good way to limit the advance of desertification and mitigate the impact of climate change, because if there are trees, there's less heat. People are now leaving their houses to go closer to the trees because there's air and it's more manageable. But I think that we need to reboost that project and allow the people the farmers who want to work to have access to funds. Because we've noticed every time that when we talk about planting trees, politicians often talk about it every year to be seen on TV, but actually there's no one maintaining these new forests. And everything we've shown you about farmers, people are working on it. They work really hard, they give it their whole because they want to protect their land. So those are my thoughts on the matter. Thank you so much. Nourishing the earth to nourish humans. Thank you.
Donc si vous voulez bien, on va reprendre tout de suite.
We're going to start again now with the third session of the forum on negotiations and funding the transition. And we will start this third session by giving the floor to Mr. Eric David, Director of the Economical Service, the French representation of the OECD. He'll talk about the Paris Compact for the people on the planet. Thank you very much. I'll talk about fundings and money, and I will start with some observations. The first observation is to tell you that historically, public aid to development has never been so high. This year, it's $200 billion. However, these are low amounts in comparison with the needs. When we try to assess the needs, it's never easy. It's about $2,000 or $3,000 billion per year to reach the Sustainable Development Goals to fight poverty, and about the same amount would be necessary, $2,000 to $3,000 billion, for the climate transition in developing countries. And we regularly talk about this, but the cost of rebuilding Ukraine should be added to this. And based on the most conservative studies, it should be about the same amount as well. In other words, in order to fill the gap between public development aid and the needs for fundings, public aid to development should be multiplied by 20 or 30, which is impossible due to budget constraints. A second observation is about non-state actors. If the money coming from the north is not enough through public funds, it could also come from non-state actors. Two types: either private market flows, and I'll come back to this because this is probably where there is the largest potential in terms of funding flows, or private non-market fundings, and that's called philanthropy. And I would like to tell you that according to the OECD data, if we added all the actions taken by philanthropies in developing countries, if philanthropy were a country, it would be the equivalent of the public aid to development of the UK or France. A third observation, if this money does not come from the north, private or public, it could also come from the global south. There is a resource that is underused in developing countries, that is taxes. The average taxation rate in the sub-Saharan African countries is 16% of the GDP. In France, we often talk about tax rates that are too high, but when they're too low, it's also a problem to develop infrastructure. And in sub-Saharan countries, it's clearly not enough. Look at the average tax rate out of the GDP in Nigeria. It's at 5.5%. DRC is at about 7%, and Guinea Equatorial is at 7% as well. If you compare it to developed countries, the tax rate in Latin America is higher. It's at 22% of GDP and more than 30% in the OECD countries. Three observations then, and in the face of those observations, we had to try and find solutions. And those topics that were discussed in June during the conference in Paris led to the signing of the Paris Covenant for people on the planet. Two objectives. No country should have to choose between fighting poverty and preserving the planet. So out of the SDGs for poverty and the ones for the climate, there should be no choice. It doesn't make sense to build a coal plant in sub-Saharan countries because the area is harder to live in. And on the opposite case, there's no point in fighting climate change if you do nothing to fight poverty. And there are actually interactions between the two that are quite significant. Second thing, each country adopts their own strategy in the transition, taking into account their needs and constraints. This is decentralized for the Paris Covenant. Thirdly, the need for a public fund shock to help vulnerable economies to get the population out of poverty. That's the figures I gave earlier, but I'll come back to that in the actions part. Fourth target of the Paris Covenant for the people on the planet is to get further leverage in order to multiply private funding on those challenges, and that's where there is a channel that needs to be created so that the current private market flows that are usually north to north flows, part of this could be diverted to the south with positive flows, because with the increase of interest rates, we're in a situation where private flows are almost higher in terms of reimbursement than when they're being received. In the face of this, what actions could be taken? A first action works well in English, do not harm. So if you're not doing good, at least try not to harm. That relates to fossil fuels exit program. And the first thing to do in this regard is to use the dirtiest energies and cut public fundings in these. And those public fundings for fossil fuels have three types. Either it's public aid to development, either it's exportation, or national taxes. National taxes are the responsibility of developing countries, but the other two are the responsibility of developed countries. Commitments have been made. The agreements around the end of funding for fossil fuels were signed by 30 countries, not all of the OECD countries, but 30 of them. Some are missing. Regarding exportation fundings, it's not about all the fossil fuels, but part of coal only. And of course, overall, we are observing a decrease of those fundings, but there are still some left. A second action is respecting or holding the promises made on climate funding. Those promises date back from Copenhagen, 2009, and today the figures will be announced. The Secretary General of OECD announced that the 100 billion euros limit has been reached, with a large part of concession public fundings. I know there are debates on the figures. I will dwell for some time on the fact that a good APD does not have to be a high volume. A good public aid to development is an efficient one. Loans can be more efficient than donations. If there is a good leverage, it's best to have 100 loan with an efficiency of 10 rather than a donation of 10 efficient to 1. If you give money to save the mangrove, it makes sense. But if it's to build a sanitation station, it's not obvious that it's very relevant financially. I can answer questions about this, if any. We have, in 2022, because there's a slight delay, this commitment was met, the target of 100 billion for climate funding. Second action would be dynamic to mobilize funds in favor of the most vulnerable. Once again, this is IMF money this time. It was enshrined in August 2021, and this must have a positive impact in the poorest countries, those drawing rights. This comes from an instrument created in 2022 called the Fiduciary Fund for Resilience and Sustainability. It's now operational. It should amount to $29 billion by 2025. A third action required is to reform the multilateral development banks, that's the World Bank. The narrative has been modernized in support of reforms of other multilateral funding institutions. This was announced in the G20 summit in Delhi, with targets that are higher and a narrative that has been significantly modernized regarding an alliance between the fight against poverty and the fight against climate change. A fourth element is around the debt. How to resolve the indebtedness of the most vulnerable and include climate action. And one of the questions is how to include in those loans a climate component. In other words, how to make sure that we can suspend a debt in case of a major climate incident. If it's Pakistan with huge storms, how to include a collective clause to suspend the debt in those loans. This is starting to be implemented. It's not the case for all instruments. It's the case in loans from the French Treasury. It's done as well by the AFD. And the point is to have this in the different loans in the long run. A fifth element is the work on innovative funding. The title is nice, but nobody should think that there's magical money. That does not exist. Innovative fundings means implementing a form of tax to derive part of the money from benefits towards development, the fight against climate change, the fight against climate change and development. But let's be cautious. There's an issue of scale. Let me give you an example. If we were to tax each oil barrel with $1 tax, you would get more or less 30 to 50 billion additional revenue. That's good. I'm not saying it's not good. That's about the equivalent of American public development aid. But that's very far from the required scale. It's not a game changer. It can be a component of the solution. Some are talking about super profits. This is being discussed at the OECD as part of tax agreements. There's also the question of taxation of maritime transportation of certain assets that consume or emit a lot of CO2. But once again, let's be cautious. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that it's not the right scale in order to fully meet those needs. A sixth element is around governance. Certain things have already been done, for example, validating a third African representative at the board of the IMF. There are certain questions around shares. There are also discussions around the representation at the G20 with a new permanent member, the African Union, but we need everybody around the table to discuss those topics. And finally, and if you allow me, I'll take a few minutes on this last element, that is the leverage to reduce risks in the financial sector that would like to intervene in developing countries. And this is probably where the highest resources are available. And I'm going to try and be as direct as possible. We have rules, financial rules, that are great in terms of stability, and these rules have allowed to get back to an acceptable financial balance after the 2008 crisis. The point is not to undo those rules. However, without undoing those rules, they can probably adapt it to development needs. Those rules were designed to stop the 2008 crisis, and they mainly focus on developed countries. However, they had an effect that was not perceived when the interest rates were low. Back then, there were significant private flows coming from developed countries going towards developing countries. That was the case over the past decade, up until 2021. But when the interest rates are going up, the developing countries are excluded and penalized. Of course, we need to question certain things. The point is not to undo what was done in Basel III, but for certain aspects, they might not be as relevant anymore as it might seem. Let me give you an example. In a standard model, following the Basel III rules, an infrastructure project requires 25% capital in the OECD and 49% in a country that is not part of the OECD. Why not? But I'm bothered by the fact that this does not relate to the risk. The fact that you need to provision a certain amount in proportion with the risk, it makes sense. But if you do it based on a geographical criteria, meaning being an OECD country or not, that is debatable. And in this topic, there is a lot of questions. This is why it's necessary to work with rating agencies, whether they're public or private. At the OECD, there is a rating agency, and that's how we price export tariffs, this model should be questioned. It would be interesting to see why certain African countries have such a low rate, why almost all sub-Saharan countries have such a low rate, and see if we could fine-tune this in order to differentiate between those who made reforms and those who didn't. This would be a way to redistribute certain flows and to integrate more upstream the African continent and the sub-Saharan region into global flows, which are probably the only ones who can meet those needs in terms of volumes. I can go further on this. I'm going to stop, but I'm being told that I'm out of time.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, il y a une question qui m'a interpellée particulièrement.
Thank you very much. I had a question that was particularly interesting. Does the OECD have an idea of the use of this money that is being distributed, if there is a good use of those funds? What is your assessment on what the use is being made of those funds? There are measurements, of course. There's a whole part of the OECD working on development. When it comes to development, the size of the OECD Secretariat is almost 300 people dedicated to this topic. And you should also add the people in the member states. And out of these people, there's a large part of statistics experts. So this is quite a powerful tool because each member state of the OECD notifies the OECD of all their development projects. So France sends all the projects every year with AFD, with Bercy, Quai d'Orsay, and all the other institutions do the same. And as a French representative, I can check what Sweden did in 2022, for example. Then the statistics experts at OECD assess the efficiency of the aid. So line by line, we measure this. Everything can always be improved, of course, but this is being measured, and in comparison with what was done in the 90s, for example, it's much more scientific than what used to be done 20 or 25 years ago. And now, at national level, there are entities dedicated to assessing aid who perform much better than 25 years ago. So it's a positive response for me, although it can always be improved, of course. Thank you. We also have a question. Could you come back to the cases where loans are more interesting than donations, or at least, I guess, more efficient? And we could also talk about crowdfunding. Yes, I can add other examples. Guarantees can be more efficient. Capital shares can be more efficient. So there is a whole series of financial instruments available, and all these options available at national level in the private sector are also usable for development. It's not only donation. Let me take an example. I'll get back to that example of a sanitation plant. Let's imagine that it costs 300 million, a big station for a large city in a given developing country. If you don't have those 300 million euros available because you use them for something that is not profitable, for example, saving the mangrove, saving the corals, you will never get a mixed intervention. So you use that fully public money to do this, so you consume that money to do this, and you have less money. Let's imagine that you don't have the 300 millions and it's only done by donation. If you're still missing 200 millions, you can either not build the plant or make it smaller. If you do it with a loan, from a budget perspective, it will be cheaper. That doesn't mean that the loan doesn't cost anything or is not profitable. This is not like a mortgage. There are concessions. And this is still way under the market. If it's a small company, you can get 50% donations with very lengthy loans, with grace periods that are very lengthy and very low interest rates. So in this case, you will probably have enough cash to get the 300 million and probably 600 or 700 million. And instead of having 0 stations with donations, you might get 2 or 3. And ultimately, that is what matters. So the right answer is to use the whole range of instruments available in order to increase efficiency and be more efficient. And we could go even further and sometimes not do loans, but guarantees. The North doesn't pay anything, you just have to guarantee the loan, and that's enough to make a project profitable, which can make it a reality. I'll ask a question that relates to this. Are there advice given to find the best funding method?
Yes, there are several things. There is what the developing country wants. So imagine you're the local government and the local town or region that's going to benefit from the water plant, and also local finance. They're going to receive this grant, but they might be interested in guarantees as well, or shares. And it's a dialogue that we should have with the developing countries, and it's a multilateral and bilateral discussion that should take place. And only through this can we have a demultiplication of what we couldn't have with a loan, because it's 1 euro that we have to the left and we put it to the right, but at the end of the day it's only ever just 1 euro. Another question, I think many people are creating a link between your presentation and others on dependence of Africa towards flows that don't come from Africa and come from the north. So the private funding of development can allow for raising more funds, but doesn't this contribute to the dependence of the south towards the north? This is a difficult question. Yes, but it's a topic that we shouldn't hesitate to address. What is dependency? The fact that a company is partially owned by private capital. Is it because they depend on them, or is it because they're open-minded? I'm going to turn the question around. According to the person asking the question, what is better for the worker in Belfort, to the east of France? Is it not having a job anymore, not having a production site anymore, or their production site being bought over by foreign capital? Same for Africa. Is it better to have an electric system that is funded by loans and grants, and part of it is owned by foreign companies, more developed ones? Or is it to try to have everything national? Historical experience has proven that the more open the country, the more open to foreign capital, the more the country is open to foreign trade, the more it develops. And the more it is self-sufficient, the least it is developed. Over the last 3 centuries, we've had many such examples. So I'm tempted to say it's not being dependent, it's an interaction, it's an openness, it's an interdependency, an integration in international flows, and the more integrated you are, the richer you get. And then it's for you to know where you put your boundaries and where difficulties start. But I don't think we should be afraid of the outside. To the contrary. There are many questions on this topic, indeed, but they are long questions, so it's difficult.
Alors, je vais en prendre une que j'ai pas pré-relue. Connaît-on le ratio qui exprime pour le total des
Do we know the ratio for the overall ODA funding, the part used by state agents? You've already answered that question. Why don't you take into account the democracy aspect in the combination for the fight against poverty and climate change within the framework of the Paris Agenda? That's a good question. It's an important topic that we've discussed at length with an answer which is not easy at all. First of all, we need to define what democratic criteria would be. Not easy, first of all. And second thing, greenhouse gases have no borders. And they don't care about democracy either. The world is not black and white. What do we do in the face of a country that has democratic elements, but it's not perfect? Do we stop? If we stop, we don't help them. And if we don't help them, we are setting obstacles in their path towards democracy, and it's counterproductive. So there's a balance to strike, and it's also, you can find it in the assessment that I talked about in the first question, that we have to find between taking elements, encouraging them on the way of towards greening their country and democracy, and not stop at the first problems, because it's going to be shortcomings, and we know that when it comes to climate change, the fight against climate change, it would be a disaster. Thank you very much.
Alors, merci. Alors, l'intervention d'après était censée être...
The next point on the agenda was meant to be a discussion, but Mrs. Diouf could not come, so it was replaced. This discussion was replaced by a roundtable, which will cover the same topic,
c'est-à-dire les
planned,
enjeux des négociations internationales,
which is international negotiations between Mrs. Jiang, who took the floor earlier, Nadia Maizi, and Yasunu, who works on transition research. Following this roundtable, we will also take questions from the public, so do not hesitate to send them on WooClap so that we can ask them to the roundtable participants.
Merci beaucoup, Aïda, Eddy, d'avoir accepté.
Thank you very much, Eddy and Nadia, to take part in this roundtable, very last minute, thank you, on the matter of negotiations. I would like to know, Aïda, first of all, how the IPCC takes part in these COPs, and what was your experience? Thank you. Nadia, the IPCC was created in 1988, and its first report was published in 1990, and it's that report that pushed them to create the Framework Convention of the UN on Climate Change in 1992. So they invited nations to prevent any dangerous human intervention on the environment with the COPs that take place every year. So the IPCC gave the scientific basis for the creation of this Framework Convention, and then these reports had an influence on major decisions and major agreements to reduce greenhouse gases. So the Kyoto Protocol, and then the second report, and then the Paris Agreement with the report of the fourth and fifth cycles. And then in the fifth cycle, there was a formal dialogue structure between experts and decision makers. And then we see that more and more, and I've seen when participating to the COP that the IPCC has a part to play, an important part to play in discussions, and the IPCC is also invited to provide information for the upcoming negotiations, the part played by the IPCC is to provide relevant information to government and the framework convention for COPs, but these information are not prescriptions. And more following the COP, people would want them to provide information for the future COPs, for the second global balance that will take place in 2028, if I've understood properly. Let me ask you if this trend of interest towards the information provided by the IPCC is increasing. Have you experienced that in the work of the IPCC researchers? There is something that has changed, and maybe more intentions. Maybe we shouldn't be prescriptive, but we know that there are results that are going to matter in light of the decisions made. So is this something that you have felt or experienced and that you can tell us about? Maybe. Normally experts, you've been an expert as well. When they commit to contribute to the IPCC report, they have to do it in a neutral and transparent way, but there is bias. Everyone is biased. We need to be aware of these biases and correct them. But what I've noticed more recently is that when there are panel meetings, the convention invitations to provide information before the second world assessment. When we talk about the panel, it's the assembly with the countries. So there are interests that are opposed between countries. Sometimes they don't want reports to be published at the right time because it might be problematic for them, because especially the third report based on mitigation, it needed to be published before the global assessment. So what is the part played by vice presidents or co-presidents? Technically, they shouldn't represent their countries, but maybe it's still ambiguous. So do they support this in an equal manner, far from the concerns of their countries? If it's questions that depend on vice presidents, but we should be independent and not look at the will of our country. But it is taken into account because there is a balance that is found between the parts played by presidents, vice presidents, co-presidents, between the different regions of the planet. So let's continue with Eddie. Eddie, maybe you can tell us, give us a perspective of what you've seen in COPs. So I'll give you the floor. I would like to thank the participants because they've made it a lot easier to summarize. My point of view on COPs and the African position, they were there first as observers. And they see that we've went from a policy which was just checking the rather intuitive or low-level measures, and now we are taking into account the technical and industrial point of views and strategic point of views. So I have different sources because it's things that are quite well known. So the position of Africa is clear, and it's been expressed before for COP28. Based on these 6 points, the efforts of developed countries, are they Are they credible? So here we're trying to carry out the exercise that was offered before. If you are a representative of an African country, you can choose which one. Do you think that the efforts of developed countries are credible? So the importance of adaptation, losses, damages, all of these points have been mentioned today. The graph that we see here also shows the evolution of assessment. So we had a historical COP with 85,000 participants, and we can see that in the history, in Nigeria had 60 representatives. So 60 representatives for a country of 400 million inhabitants. So the question it raises is, what's the representation of politicians? Do you trust your politicians? Are they the ones who are going to implement these policies?
Qui ont été plus ou moins critiqués, mais voilà, moi je vois plutôt d'un bon œil le fait que
but I think it's a good thing that the population of these COPs changes. And for instance, at the last COP, there were more than 1,000 people from Nigeria and other African countries. Since this is a negotiation, a question is, what do we negotiate? If we take the graph to the left, this is 2022, and we suggest 3 different trajectories. I had prepared a questionnaire online, but this is the credibility of the goal. As an African country, we are at a time where everyone agrees, and if we look at the graph right before, they show the emissions of each of the blocks of the country, and if you look at Africa, you will see that it's there. It's a difficult line to find. So what do you negotiate? Do you negotiate your own contribution? We've seen all of the funding necessary for Africa, but if others could make that effort, we could double the part of African emissions without changing dramatically the profile. So if we spend weeks or years, decades negotiating, what is Africa negotiating? Are they negotiating the right to have less pollution or other countries? So this is more about the credibility of states and the exchanges between different participants is an important point for me. And the second point is, what's the narrative? Because the graph that you see here, we've seen it. Developing countries are not going to make it alone. China, Africa, the whole of Asia is among the regions where we emit the most. If we look at the accumulated emissions, this is the old story where we look for Africa here. So Africa is 1.5 billion people. Out of these 8 billion, Europe, US were at 1 billion, and Asia were at 4.8 billion people. So when you look at these curves, you think, are we negotiating an objective which is credible, and what's the narrative? And we have this feedback from African countries which is very clear, which is to say Africa is not the biggest emitter. It wasn't in the past, nor historically, and this needs to be taken into account in discussions, which means that the focus of efforts should be on adaptation, because Africa is the continent, as was said earlier brilliantly, that is bearing the brunt of climate change. All of these curves are right, but what do we do with these curves? This can slow down negotiations. So, who do we turn to? We can discuss who's right, who best described the problem. Well, it's important to describe a problem.
la courbe du solaire et de l'éolien.
From a mathematical point of view here, we have the solar and wind curves. The practical question is, who do we turn to for this development? And today, if you look at the share of Africa in the curves above, if you are a representative of a country, who would you turn to massively develop solar energy? We see this balance of powers here, which is obvious. The only ones who manage to produce solar energy in a disruptive way massively have been China, and to a lesser extent the US, because they were lagging behind in less than 10 years. So in this balance, we see that there's an alliance game where we're going to have negotiations not so much to reduce emissions, but to build new renewable infrastructure. And the agreement points to that. We need to increase the amount of renewable infrastructures. Europe needs resources, and Africa has an industrial development challenge as well. Should there be a real transfer of skills, and who is willing to do so, and who are the partners? And today, there's more of a, my impression is that there's more of a freedom of tone, so African countries such as South Africa or others have no difficulty in turning toward China, that develops technologies and offers solutions, and by the way, are also the main producers for Europe. So we've talked about this. There's been a lot of protectionist policies in Europe, in the US, to relocalize the renewable energy production because it's a strategic challenge. For now, it's not been the case in Africa, and it's one of the challenges of these negotiations. So for Africa, just an idea of the extent of the need for funds. I've asked a few of you during the break what has been the great success of the COP, and it's been the operationalization of this fund, so it's 700 million. And you can look at the Saint-Nazaire offshore wind fleet park, which is 2 million euros. So it's a great success, but there's still a long way to go. And to be a little bit provocative, all of the developed countries should give at least one wind farm such as that of Saint-Nazaire to be credible in the negotiations. Thank you. So I'd like to get back to what Fadel said this morning. We cannot decarbonize without having decolonized. So in a way,
qu'est-ce que ça évoque chez toi, la position de l'Afrique qui va dans les COP? Et déjà, est-ce que c'est
how do you feel about this position of Africa that attends COPs? Are they being aligned? Because we talk about Africa as if it was a given that everyone would agree on a position. Is it a part of the debates? Is it a part of the context that you just described in terms of difficulties and challenges? I think that there are questions that predate the matter of COP. So the question of decolonization and development is far older than that of climate. So there is a convergence. We have to take action, and the world has to turn to the continent that has the biggest impact. Is it taken into account in COPs? Well, objectively, no. But this question of power balance, we are in a society that still thinks in a technical manner. How are we going to invest? How are we going to make sure that we have the financial flows to develop 4 gigawatts? The best way to do that today is to use the resources in the countries that have the industry for that. If we say, how are we going to do to ensure that Africa builds at least 10% of its future electric infrastructure locally, we're only talking about 10%. So several gigawatts. So what's the information? What are the plans? And what's the development trajectory? So I think it's implicit in the head of negotiators, African negotiators, but it isn't for the content of negotiations. I don't know if one of you has data on the number of African negotiators. It was in one of your tables, I think, compared to the negotiators of other countries. Is it also a structural problem? And the number of discussions and places where we have to be at the same time? Is it something that you would like to react to? I'd like to react on the fact that African countries have to make an effort to attend negotiations based on scientific knowledge. There are very few countries that make references to their scientists at the IPCC or other working on climate impact to have the right knowledge with the latest scientific conclusions when they are at the COP. But we've seen over the past few years that there's been improvement, which is a good sign. Also, the other question that we can ask ourselves with regards to the IPCC is, ever since it's existed, there have been reports, that's for sure, but why aren't countries moving in negotiations? That's a question that keeps coming back up. Is what we're doing useful?
Moi, je me dis que, bon, c'est vrai qu'il y a une inertie de la part des politiques, mais si on imagine peut-être un monde où il n'y avait pas de GIEC,
there are negotiations that politicians can make, but if there was a world without COP or without IPCC, what it would be like? Maybe we're going in the right directions, but we're moving slowly, but we need to continue that way, and I encourage African countries to work with their country's scientists. So, I'd like to get back to a question that we've received regarding the position of scientists and the fact that a scientist, a neutral one, unbiased one, is already a political choice. And is it a position that allows to talk about climate justice and be heard by African governments, maybe? I don't know what you mean by neutral, but it's for sure we need to be unbiased in light of what science says in the conclusions. Now, we are scientists, but we belong to communities, countries. We are more sensitive to some questions, such as ethics or others, or not. But as a scientist, I need to be unbiased when it comes to the results of science. We shouldn't try to change them. And I think that with regards to oil exploitation, we have problems as IPCC scientists. And when we go back to our countries and we say that to limit the increase in temperatures, we need to stop emissions and thus stop exploiting fossil fuels. And as you said earlier, Africa should focus on adaptation, but we know that if we continue to use fossil fuels, it will be harder to adapt. So there's a limit to adaptation, and sometimes this narrative is not well seen by our politicians, and so it's difficult. Last question to Eddie. We are asked if Africa hasn't become a playground for solutions based on nature, nature-based solutions for the strategies of northern countries in their contributions. Is this something that you see in your analyses? The fact that you believe or not in these trajectories?
This
is a slightly provocative question, but it's relevant. I discussed this with a negotiator from Cameroon, explaining that they were very tired in Copenhagen because there were not enough of them, and they felt like they were being taken around from one topic to another without really seeing the big picture. It's a bit less the case now, and during that discussion, we thought that for now, the COP is mainly a group therapy forum for developed countries. It's not that Africa is a playfield, but rather that it's more of a discussion of this is the emissions, this is not good. Africa is patient, is the patient. They have the patient talk. And once they've said this is bad, there's still a goodwill that is the positive aspect. And if I'm saying this, it's because no side is naive. In my understanding, Africa is not a playfield that does not understand the political subtlety that some may have perceived, but it's always been a world development partner, a migration origin, and it remains a very optimistic place for the world. So when we talk about climate change, in all the experience we've seen in Mali in terms of adaptation, to me, it's very optimistic. I see much more optimism in here than the end of thermal cars in Europe, for example. So Africa it's not more of a play field than other countries.
Merci, et on va conclure sur tes paroles. Et je vous remercie tous les deux pour votre.
Thank you, and we will conclude with those words. Thank you very much for your inputs in the round table. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors Nadia va rester là pour la deuxième table ronde.
Thank you very much. Nadia is now going to stay here for the second round table.
Deuxième table ronde où les invités sont le professeur Yumba Sokona, ancien vice-président du GIEC, et
We have Professor Yumba Sokona, former IPCC chair, and Marie-Thérèse Daba-Seve, sociologist.
Donc une table ronde sur les perspectives de la recherche africaine sur le climat.
A roundtable on the perspectives of African research on climate.
Alors, merci à tous les deux de nous rejoindre. Donc,
thank you so much to the two of you for joining us for the last discussion, but not the least, because we're going to talk about research, science, and projects to roll out the initiatives that are being proposed by the old school, if I may call it this way, and by the younger people, because here is an initiative from young researchers, and we'll let them start, if you agree. Marie-Thérèse, I will ask you to present the objective of this initiative.
Bonjour à tous. Alors, merci Nadine pour cette introduction. Et c'est un plaisir de prendre la parole avant.
Hello everyone, thank you Nadine for this introduction, and it's a pleasure for me to talk before the professor because we are going to present the perspectives of young African researchers. Imagine 120 African researchers from 14 countries of English and French-speaking countries, all gathered around a common objective, which is to produce innovative solutions and practices that are adapted to the challenges of climate change in Africa. And this is particularly interesting because today I have the honor of representing 120 winners of the Planet Fellowship program, and we have published a collective advocacy letter aiming and asking donors, governors, and decision makers for additional fundings for African research on the challenges of climate change in Africa. And this is particularly important because we really lack probing data in order to better characterize climate change observed currently, but also in the future, as Dr. Aida Jonku highlighted earlier. There's also a lack of fundings. The funding is insufficient. For example, from 1990 to 2020, only 3.8% of global climate research funds were allocated to Africa-related research, and most of those fundings go to American and European institutions and not African institutions. We also note that there are publications on global warming with very few African researchers. There are also issues to access and publish, which relates to the high cost of publications in scientific publications. And the young researchers of the One Planet Fellowship program have implemented innovative solutions for an actually African agriculture that is more resilient, more productive, and that consumes less water by developing strategies and innovative technologies, but also by diversifying crops and by proposing varieties and species that are resilient to droughts. Solutions proposed by researchers who worked on this note, and I can mention Nigeria with Doris Prémont, who experiences the biochar, and we have Cécile Harmony in Burkina Faso, who promotes deep draining, but also the use of biofertilizers that are adapted to rice crop. In Senegal and in Benin, the work of Mams Hodna and Emeline on the use of agroforestry with sustainable solutions. So we can see that there are solutions implemented by African researchers that meet the needs of local populations. And this is particularly important because we need these populations to get involved in order to reach solutions that can be efficient to the effect of climate change in Africa. And this is what I discovered in my research by working with 3,600 women in Senegal who are very active in environmental solutions. For example, the use of biopesticides and good usage of water. And they managed to produce high volumes that really allow them to hope for social and economical self-sufficiency. And despite constraints relating to gender, in terms of land access for women, they still manage to succeed thanks to those innovative solutions. And I want to tell you that those solutions coming from research are not just a hope for those 2,500 women, because I was really touched by the testimony of a woman saying that thanks to this income, she can pay for school fees for her children at university, but thanks to this income, she can also get self-value perceived by her husband, by her community, because the impact of our work is really noticeable. All this to say that those solutions coming from African research, from African researchers, provide tangible solutions, hope for those 2,500 women, for their daughters who can now go to university thanks to their mother's income, for this woman who gets more self-esteem, and for small producers who know that despite irregular rains, they will manage to ensure production. The hope of a young African who knows that now, thanks to the solutions developed by research, they can make a living out of agriculture and not get into clandestine crops. And for those solutions to contribute to hope. It is crucial to increase fundings, but also to equip African research infrastructures, the labs, improving working conditions of African researchers, and I believe Fidel, who's here, will be able to testify of the constraints that African researchers face due to a lack of infrastructure. It is also important to favor free access to research results and also scientific publications. And we drafted this note, which is available. Do not hesitate to read it. And we will have another note available soon, co-signed by all the winners of the One Planet Fellowship program, available on the Agropolis Foundation website. They are present today in the room, and I was particularly moved today by one of the conclusions from Dr. Fadel when he said it's time to act. And I believe this commitment really resonates with Adama, Ines, and all the 120 winners that I represent here today. It is possible to implement solutions from researchers, intergenerational researchers, on the fight against climate change, and it's really time to have a strong action so that African research can have an impact, especially from young researchers. Thank you.
Je voudrais juste te demander pour
I would just like to ask you, in order to really understand
si ces 120
this initiative,
sont amenés à travailler en réseau et ce qui
are these 120 researchers work in a network? And how many countries do they represent in Africa? In total, that's 14 English and French-speaking countries. Countries like Senegal, Burkina, represented today, Benin, Ethiopia, Malawi, Tanzania. And as part of this program, we've had an interesting exercise about writing scientific articles together with researchers from different specialties. Despite the language barrier, we had 3 French speakers, 3 English speakers, so we had to collaborate and try and implement common research, and some of them were actually published. And that's a great progress. And as part of the program, we also have mentoring, leadership trainings, and there's also a dedicated part on scientific training of young researchers in European labs. And I believe more than 50 winners benefited from this, including myself, because I'm currently doing an internship at the Research Center of the European Commission in Italy. I mainly work on gender issues relating to agroeconomy in Senegal. Thank you, Marie-Thérèse. Yuba. First of all, I think that this program is mainly dedicated to adaptation. Could you talk to us about your initiative on strategies for African countries? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this meeting on such important topics of concern and that are particularly complex. Marie-Thérèse just told me that I could use my fishing gear right now. In 1988, I went to Boston at university to work on an energy planning model. We thought we could resolve the energy issues in Africa within 2 to 3 years. And I thought, after this, I can go fishing. But up until now, I still haven't used the fishing gear. So I now have a chance to do it. Anyway, I think it's important, and we should try and talk about Africa and the climate by being more lucid, because ultimately, and that was discussed today, we need an African narrative. not about climate, but about development. And those two are not opposed, climate and development. And one of the fundamental aspects is that energy is at the heart of development, and development is at the heart of climate. And those coming from Western Africa or Burkina know it. The issues we're facing in West Africa is debolosting or offloading. And this has an impact on everything when there's no electricity for several hours. But based on this, and we know in the African context that there are skills in all industries. Marie-Thérèse said it. We have young researchers. And unfortunately, she didn't mention any African institution. And that's the most important problem. And I was given a chance to implement the Action Climate Policy Center in 2010 at the UN Committee on Africa. And I implemented a program to attract young African PhDs. And at the time, every year, we took 15 of them, and within 5 years, we had a critical mass of experts in all areas, from science, climate, adaptation, vulnerability, mitigation, etc. The first year, when he launched this program, there were 15 positions and more than 100 applicants, people based in the US and all over the world, who came to Africa to work on those issues, which shows that there is an opportunity and a will to work on those topics and to come to Africa to do so. Except that we are noting more and more that Africans are leaving Africa. If you look at the Dakar University, most of the most experienced teachers have left. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Japan, and the most surprising thing I observed in Japan is that they follow the Canadian model. Those who study in Japan stay in Japan and work in Japan. That's what the Japanese do. And in the African context, we thought we have complex issues that are inextricable. And in the negotiations, the Africans don't have their own narrative. Same for the climate. There's an opposition between adaptation and mitigation. When, in the African context, this concept of adaptation vs mitigation does not exist. There isn't this topic of transition either. And that applies to coal, which we don't mention at all. This is mainly about building a system that is low carbon or carbon neutral. We are building systems in the African system. It is to be built. The infrastructures are to be built. It doesn't have to be a transition like in the West. And since it's difficult, we had the idea to create an African institute like the YAZA that invests, works in the short term and at the same time on the long term. Because regardless of the concerns, regardless of the area, there are 4 important prerequisites. First one, having a vision. Leadership, a clear vision of things. The second part is to have the institutions that are capable of translating this vision into something actionable. The third element is to have the means. We often talk about financial means, but rarely talk about human means that are much more important than financial means. The fourth prerequisite is to get to work on the short term while investing in the long term. And this requires the creation of a new institution. So in October of last year, we created an African Institute for Sustainable Energy and System Analysis, which is based on the model of the IPCC. We don't need high fundings for this. I worked for more than 30 years within the IPCC and I was never paid for it. So there's a possibility to invest in this institute. People are committed. We have almost 160 African and non-African people working in this project all over the world. And the IPCC showed that you can release significant reports without being located in the same place. That was demonstrated by the IPCC. A third element is to give a platform to young people like Marie-Thérèse so that they can get to work on topics that are interesting to them and interesting to Africa, because the main issue of Africa is to find institutions where you can get involved, where you can continue to have a reflection and have an intellectual production. And we must absolutely find a relationship between politics, practice, and reflection. Most of the time, we struggle to do this, and with this new institution in October, we have 4 priority pillars. First, what are the potential to navigate low carbon or carbon neutral energies in Africa? Second pillar, efficiency of the implementation of programs and projects in the African context. And the third pillar is around access to technology and fundings in a more sustainable way. The fourth pillar, which is cross-functional, is around institutional capacities, because we're lacking institutions. In the 1980s, I could have made a list of at least 20 institutions working on energy in Africa, energy and development. Today, I would be unable to mention more than 3 outside of South Africa. And this pillar is mainly focusing on institutional capacities and human resources. We also plan on organizing an in-person meeting. We had a series of online meetings in South Africa in September with the creation of 2 hubs. One hub for English-speaking countries and one hub for the French-speaking countries, because a huge effort must be done in the French-speaking countries. First of all, getting an African narrative, defining a work program for Africa, and getting out of mimicking, including what is called transition in Africa, which is an abusive language when the system is still to be built. And secondly, having a permanent navigation between science, that is knowledge, policy at different levels, local, national, regional, and the practice. So this is a summary of this initiative, which is a platform for Marie-Thérèse and her colleagues. Thank you very much, Yuba. I will give you the name of the initiative again. CEISA. You can find it on Google, because that's one of the questions we got. Would an African country be better positioned to be a leader in research on climate? It's not about having an African country to be a leader, but having Africans to be leaders, regardless of availability, but also non-African people who are interested in African issues to work on this. Just to give you an idea, the OECD countries in 2020, and I believe we have a representative of the OECD in the room, in 2020,
de dollars dans le domaine de recherche et développement.
The OECD used $1,500 billion in research and development. And that same year, Africa only dedicated $9 billion. So compare $1,500 billion and $9 billion on crucial issues and fundamental issues.
La différence entre les deux. Et la plupart du temps, chaque fois que des questions essentielles on les aborde.
So that shows a great difference. And most of the time, every time we cover those crucial issues, then we end up talking about funding. And we avoid the substantial issues, energy, agriculture, development, and it always ends up being an issue of funding. So we avoid the real problems. And through the creation of this institute, we want to address those issues up front and not just reduce it to the issue of funding. Another question, the decline of the institutions you mentioned since the 90s, what are the reasons for this? The reasons are well known and well documented. Structural issues. It's only now that we're seeing the impact of structural assistance. African countries were told you can close your university, you don't need the expertise. We have it. And research centers were replaced by consultants. Somebody at a university is a consultant, a researcher, dedicates much more time to do consulting than actually producing a reflection. A ministry, regardless of the type, be it on substantial issues, never meets academics to ask them for a reflection, to just pay a consultant for a report. And that's the issue of structural adjustments. Research centers, universities have been dismantled, and they're hard to restart. Some sort of barrier was created between the administration and the research world. There is no communication. And our former minister of Burkina can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no communication between the technical departments and the research structures in universities. And this was created by structural adjustment programs. So, about the funding gap, how can it be explained, this underinvestment? Is it due to a lack of interest from the political world for science or research? Earlier, I said that when you start, you tend to forget about the foundations of those structural adjustment programs, and just like the university structure was dismantled, when people decided that they should focus on basic education and thought that research or universities were useless, through those programs, the request was for those institutions to be self-sufficient. I talked about data with somebody. They're supposed to be self-sufficient, but to get data, you need to pay for them. And that was one of the consequences of structural adjustment programs, which led African countries not to be interested. They are being asked to insist on the productive sector, as these sectors are considered as not productive, And since they're not self-sufficient, when you have a report like the one presented by Fadel, some of us had to get together and say, there's a lot of speeches on energy transition, but they have nothing to do with the African context. First, we started trying to approach the African Union to work with them. We had a preliminary work, but it was never concluded. And we thought, okay, let's just forget about those institutions, try and produce a reflection on something that we consider much more relevant to the African perspectives. At first, we thought we would follow the 2063 agenda in Africa. Before the 2030 agenda, everybody talks about this one, but nobody talks about the 2063 agenda designed by Africa, which is about Africa in 50 years, and that should be used as the foundation to discuss issues around the climate, energy, etc. In order to get Marie-Thérèse to react to this initiative, I'm going to ask her what she imagines for 10 or the 10 or 20 years to come for herself as a young researcher, based on what Yuba just said on creating institutions that could help integrate research. Thank you, Nadine. That's a great question, because since yesterday with Adama, we were wondering, are we going to stay in research or not after a diploma? Because we wonder whether there are institutions who can welcome us, support us as young researchers, and I feel reassured when I hear Professor Yuba talking about this. So it's a good initiative, and in my personal case, I'm a trained sociologist, but I'm thinking that research on climate change in Africa is a personal commitment first. I decided to work on gender issues in relationship with climate change and agriculture. And when I see the impact of climate change on my home village, the impact on women who must fetch water, who must bring the food, they take care of crops. And this choice really made me more comfortable in working on this topic, and it made me change during my PhD to work on this theme. So it is a personal commitment, and when you know that you can get support, you can get the equipment, the infrastructure to support young researchers, is a hope for the younger generation. So we don't really need to think, okay, maybe after my PhD, I might need to look for a job abroad, maybe be a consultant, etc. Because we know that there are ongoing initiatives created by researchers who came before us and who can be actual mentors for us. And that's why it's necessary to develop those mentoring programs, and we do it with the organization because we get support from African institution researchers, and to me it's a great initiative for us young researchers.
Yuba, un mot de conclusion.
Yuba, would you like to conclude? What you're asking is just like Marie-Thérèse said, it's a personal commitment. All of the people in the Institute, that's a commitment. They dedicate part of their time to work for free for the Institute. So some might say, well, I'm going to spend 1 hour of my time a week for the Institute, others 1 week, others a month. And it's truly, the idea is to create a platform for young people. That's essential. To define when we have a funding, Usually we work with the agenda of the person funding us. And we want to define our own agenda. We have to be independent. That's the reason why the Institute so far is virtual. The idea of that institute dates back to more than 15 years ago. So we defined that context 15 years ago, and it takes time to define that institute. This is because of COVID, so that's one of the positive impacts of COVID. And we gained that project back. So we have a virtual institute where we don't depend on external funding. The only thing we have is people who are committed, and it doesn't matter where people are. Some are in Australia, some are in Papua New Guinea, some are in France here. Nadia also took her on to be a part of the institute. Doesn't matter where we are. And young people try to work on a project that is defined by Africans for Africans.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais vous remercier tous les deux d'avoir participé.
And the idea is to have the well-being of people at the center of the project. So thank you both for having taken part in that discussion.
Alors, c'est maintenant temps de clore cette journée de forum. Donc, vous voulez remercier encore une fois tous
So now the time has come to close this forum. We would like to thank all of the people and all of the speakers for the day that gave fascinating presentations and gave us a lot of food for thought. We would also like to make the most of this day to praise the incredible work of the TTI.5 team. Can you please stand up? Come on, Claire. To get a round of applause because really good work.
Merci aussi aux doctorants et aux bénévoles qui ont assuré le travail logistique de la journée.
I would like to thank the PhD and volunteers who were in charge of the logistics for the day and allowed for this conference to be able to take place. I'd like to thank Oxygen Stream and the photographer who has been taking pictures all throughout the day. You must be exhausted with the number of steps you took. And I would like to conclude and let Nadia conclude, and we'd like to thank you all for attending and see you next year for the 3rd edition of the TTI.5 Forum.
Alors, je vais remercier Oriane et Sébastien qui ne se sont pas remerciés, mais nous apprécions toujours votre
I'd like to thank Oriane and Sébastien, who didn't thank each other, but we always appreciate your moderation, extremely professional moderation that allows to hear the questions and the atmosphere in the room, even via a virtual tool that we were testing, and that works quite well. So thank you both. So just a couple of words.
Vous restituer des
I would
choses
like
que j'ai trouvées extrêmement positives, notamment
tell you about things I've heard that I found very positive, including Eddie's comment on
je pense qu'il y a
the fact that Zai is better than changing an engine. And I think that there's an ambition and a dynamic that we find in discussions.
Je vais dire qui nous change des discussions un peu blasées qu'on va
It is very interesting,
sur les thèmes récurrents qu'on évoque,
and that changes from the jaded discussions that we have on recurring themes, on decarbonation, reindustrializing in our Western world.
sont très complexes, ça a été dit à plusieurs reprises.
The challenges are serious and complex, it was said several times, but what we need to bear in mind, and that's the point in the agenda we had today, which is that we have to completely change the way we think. Regarding the transition as it is discussed in Europe and in the West, I'm not even sure that it's well discussed here either. I don't think it's a good idea to copy that vision and the potential trajectory
Je trouve que c'est très intéressant aussi.
And in particular, Africa, we've discussed it at length today.
C'est un sujet très tabou en fait.
It's very interesting to tackle the topics of decolonization. It's very taboo. We've not solved that problem yet.
Les colonies, et je pense que quelque part c'est
colonies, former colonies, and I think that it's a thorn in our side, and if we don't get rid of it, there will be consequences from one generation to the next.
Donc j'ai beaucoup aimé aussi Youba ta description
and we can see this on all topics.
L'engagement dans l'institut. Moi, je suis très contente.
Yuba, I really enjoyed your definition of commitment in the Institute and how you described it. I'm very happy to remind you that the TTI.5 Institute is an initiative that we created at here in Paris 2 years ago because the IPCC was calling for action, and by saying that as scientists we are going to answer in our own way. We're going to shed light on our research so that the École des Mines de Paris can share all of the knowledge and all of the gems that it contains, and for it to be heard by the public debate and international debate. And I think that it's quite exceptional, and you might not realize how much so. But in this institution, which is quite old, quite conservative, we've organized today a day on this topic. And I think that it's really opened the minds of many people and the horizons of many people. So I am very happy and delighted because I've also heard many positive things on this topic. Thank you for your active participation. And we will invite you again next year towards the end of the month of May, and we will tackle a new topic which stands out. Thank you very much.